The following program is for adult audiences only.
Trunk of this thing!
Whoa! It's time for the Mixin and Chillin vlog. Even if they implemented some ridiculous laws, this is something that if somebody truly wants to do this, they can still do it. But it's going to take a lot of effort on the vapors' part to actually learn what it takes to make your own stuff. I don't know what the heck happened to the last hour of my life, but it certainly wasn't streamed on YouTube like I thought it was. Restrictive policies block progress towards smoke-free world. Many people incorrectly think that very little nicotine content cigarettes are less carcinogenic than current cigarettes. This risk misperception by people who smoke could reduce motivation to quit under a nicotine reduction policy.
That's a bit of a problem. Someone who specialises in helping people kick the habit is Dr. Colin Mendelsohn. He joins me now.
Look, vaping is a far less harmful alternative to smoking for adult smokers who just can't quit, and that's actually the majority of them.
The road to quitting smoking is paved with candy. Double chocolate clear from TFA. Published in the Vaping Post, we have long-term study. Vaping increases odds of quitting heavy smoking. This is Kenny Thompson, the Vaping Heed. He's got a YouTube channel. He's been on here a lot longer than I have. I'm not going to stop until this is legal and available for everyone. You know, I cover things from all around the globe, but that's because science has no boundary.
I mean, you know, the FDA and everything would know that vaping is safer than smoking, but they'll have the pressure off the tobacco companies or the states that are in the MSA and all that. It's just a financial thing, and unfortunately that takes precedence against everything. And
all of the things we went through. You just made my day. Just made my day. You made my day.
Oh my goodness, I didn't change. Where's Kenny? Hold on. Something wrong here. This is horrible. There he is. Fantastic. Bloody updates is for sure, mate. There was all kinds of updates, and then to complicate things even more, my mom came to visit, so I had to return her computer to her, and, well, I got done building a new computer for our secondary device so that, you know, we can check out what's going on over there. You still there, Kenny? I can't hear you. What happened? Hello?
It's in a stack.
Gotcha. Anyway, hope you guys are all having a fantastic week. It's been a very productive week over here. And as you can see on there, no vaping. No vaping's allowed, right? It's all against the law now. It's been banished. It's prohibited. They even put up big signs, says danger, restricted area, no trespassing, United States government property. Because it's the government that's mandating all this. I say this is all their way of kicking us off early so we don't collect our pensions. I hear ya. You say something.
Attack, folks.
He was talking to me right before the show. Anyway, this is age discrimination. That's what this is. This whole prohibition against these products is nothing but age discrimination. They want to kick us off early so we don't collect our pensions. I said, no way. Here's what we say to them. Kiss off. Kiss off. We are not going away. We're going to keep doing this. so we don't smoke cigarettes. It's that simple. You don't like it? Too bad. Bodily autonomy is a human right, and I'm going to implore my human rights, and I'm going to sit here and enjoy my vape. Bodily autonomy. Voice meter aux output and voice meter aux VAIO is what you have it set at, Kenny. Is that what it's supposed to be? Or using your Rode software?
The voice meter, the Windows has reset everything. I've lost my voice meter shit. The whole lot's gone.
Well, I hear you now.
Because I've just stuck me.
Well, put the headphones on.
But I've got to get me. I've got a default. I swear I saved a default setting before, or I loaded the setting. Could have swore I did. Try that.
That's all right. We're gonna chug along. And Mallory, that was me playing GTA on the new computer that's teleported over to here. Used to be our doggy cam, but it's now the new computer. I'd show you the doggy cam, but there's no dogs in the room because they're hanging out with mom. But there's the beautiful little beast. It's Kenny's CPU in there, Kenny's graphics card, a brand new motherboard. The power supply came from this computer here that I normally use every single week. I put a new one in that one. And that one got transplanted into there. So that whole thing cost me less than $200 to build, including the brand new PC case, which I'm finishing the editing for the review on. It's $60 on Amazon. What a bargain. What a bargain. I'm getting feedback there, Kenny. Promise you folks, after the show, I'm going to get online with Kenny and we'll figure out his audio chain so this won't happen again. Because there's a way that you can save it, and then if Windows changes it, you just load the save and you're off and running.
Got it. Got it.
Awesome.
I just loaded a preset. I'm glad I did save that because the whole lot just went tits up. Oh, it's the Windows, wasn't it? Oh, Windows.
If it's not Windows, it's Elgato. And here's the best part, mate. Voice Meter has been working for the last 3 months on an update for Voice Meter, all the Voice Meter stuff. Because the last time he actually developed it was during Windows XP and Windows 7. And since everything works, he just hasn't touched it. But people have been asking for new features and new Windows certification for Windows 11 and optimizations. And so he's been working on it.
He's got they've got a streamlined version called just VB audio. It's like just that's all it is. It's just audio. It's none of the other shit. But there's supposed to be quite good.
And then you can get really fancy, like I've got VB Matrix.
Yeah.
VB Matrix. Because that was the big thing with audio. You could never have an ASIO other than one. Windows could only interact with one ASIO driver, which means you're limited to one audio interface. And for us, dumb blokes out here that don't want to spend $1,000 on an audio interface so we can get more than 2 inputs, they were basically screwing us. Well, now with VB Matrix, you can put in up to 64 ASIO inputs and route them any way you want. It creates a big matrix and you can pick what gets patched to what. It is fantastic. It's going to save a bunch of DJs that are out there. It's going to save a bunch of churches that are streaming everything online nowadays. I'm telling you, technology's marching forward. Once the genie's out of the bottle, it can't go back in. I don't care what laws they pass.
True. Or the cut out the bag as we.
So for the vape news, we're going to take a look at the lovely production from CAFRA down in Asia Pacific, talking about the horrible prohibitions in Australia and how you in the UK, like I've been telling you, week after week after week, I've been telling you, don't rest on your laurels because they're coming after you next. When your delegates didn't speak up at COP, I knew the writing was already on the wall. And with the change in government, the Labor Party coming into power, you guys, you're going to be no different than we are.
I have put a link in the description, guys, for it's an official petition, and there it is. That's where we are at the moment. It is an official government site. We are like that. It's UK government. Don't ban e-liquids. At this moment, we're on 23,691. The government will respond if we get more than 10,000 signatures. So we're on our way. We're getting past the 10,000 mark. But you know what? The targets. Oop, there you go. 94. There's a couple more ended. The target is 100,000 signatures. And at 100,000 signatures, the petition will be considered for debate in Parliament. So that's our target. So yeah, basically you'll click on here, sign petition, they'll send you an email just to confirm who you are, and then bang, the petition is signed. All done and dusted.
That's simple.
That's how easy it is. And I've just been looking at some stuff today. There's 4.5 million vapers in the UK at the moment, so surely you can get 100,000. Surely. Don't sit back and let other people do it for you. Just get on there, 5 minutes of your time, job done. Easy peasy. Easy
Exactly.
Peasy,
Exactly. So we got some other news that we're going to talk about today, and we have a brand new study that came out, once again showing how effective vaping is to quit smoking. Placebo-controlled trial study where they had a group of people that vaped and they had a group of people that didn't vape, and they both tried to quit smoking, and wouldn't you know it, the people that used to vape were way more successful in quitting smoking than the people that didn't. The most proven effective method to quit smoking on the planet, and they're trying to abolish it. Could it possibly be? I don't know. Could it possibly be because they know that the writing's on the wall? They know it's just a matter of time before they're out of a job? Tobacco control is going to be out of a job? 28th of August, 2026 is the predicted date when e-cigarette sales will exceed combustible tobacco cigarette sales.
Wow.
There's no turning back. They're scared shitless right now. Every single one of them. Tobacco researchers are scared shitless, although I don't know why. When people quit using combustible tobacco, you can start researching all the different flavoring agents that we use in our e-cigarettes. It's so simple. But Big Pharma is scared shitless because, well, people aren't going to get cancer like they used to. Who's going to buy their $400,000 chemo platinum treatments? Nobody. Because nobody's going to get a cancer anymore from that. I'm not going to get into the water and the environment and all that other stuff, but you can't put the genie back in the bottle.
Nope.
It's not going away. And I asked this question, first question of the chat for today. How many of you remember USA for Africa? Remember the song We Are the World?
Michael Jackson wrote it. Yeah.
Vaping IT had posted this the other day, and as soon as he asked the question, just finished watching The Greatest Night in Pop from Netflix. If you're my age or older, you know and need to see it. And if you're younger, you probably don't know, but you definitely should go see it. Pun intended. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars. I totally agree with it. Because it only took 4 seconds for me. Once I saw this trailer, 4 seconds. I heard the words, "We are the world, we are the children." And the goosebumps that I had when I heard that song for the first time. We're back. It never went away. That's the modern generation can't understand the hope that we felt when we were teenagers and we heard a song like that. We saw an instrument of good being used to its full potential.
Exactly.
And consequently, this became the fastest selling album ever. It was actually a single with the flip side, but overnight. Might have also had something to do with the fact of who they had in it. Quincy Jones was the conductor, right? Quincy Jones was the peak of his career at that point. But the song was written by Lionel Richie, and guess who else? Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson.
But the song had Paul Simon, Kenny Rogers, James Ingram, Tina Turner, Billy Joel, Diana Ross, a bunch of the Motown guys. Willie Nelson was there, Bruce Springsteen, Kenny Loggins, everybody that was at the top of the pop charts back in the 80s when this came out, they were there because they were smart when they planned this. When they planned the recording of this song, they planned it for the night that everybody was already going to be in town for the American Music Awards. So they're like, listen, hey man, you going to come down and do this? We got 100 kids in Africa.
Yeah, man. Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a charity event. Nobody's getting paid anything for this. Daryl Hall, John Oates, Kim Carnes, Bob Dylan, Ray Charles, Dan Aykroyd, Harry Belafonte. You know him. Banana Boat song. Everybody knows the Banana Boat song.
We done it in the UK with IBA, didn't we? We done We Are the World. That all had multi stars, and
that's what got this all started.
Yeah, if you want to watch a good show, folks, go and watch Live Aid. It's bound to be on somewhere. The whole Live Aid from the UK. It was a dual concert being held in America and in the UK at the same time. And remember, Phil Collins, he still got the record. He flew. He performed in London. He flew over to Philadelphia, I believe it was, to go and perform in Philadelphia in that same day.
Mm-hmm. The greatest night in pop.
When I arrived at the studio, I realized it was the cream of the crop of pop music for that time.
Fantastic. Highly recommended. Go watch it. Unbelievable.
Look at the amount of them that's dead now. What the hell? A lot of them gone now, isn't there?
Yeah. But the hope that they created back then is not gone. They still have the charity website that they set up back for this. USA for Africa. Still going. They've collected and distributed over $100 million of humanitarian aid, both here in the United States and in Africa, to feed the population that's hungry. More than 7 million records were sold. And they are just now celebrating their 35th anniversary. 35 years ago. You believe this stuff?
You make me feel old now. Get away.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
I know, that's what I mean. It didn't seem
what
that long ago.
What the heck? I remember it like it was yesterday. Oh. However,
maybe we should do an anthem like that for vaping then, shouldn't we? We are the world, we are the vapors, we want the right to choose our flavors and not the papers.
Exactly. Exactly.
My little red just off the top of my head.
Hey man, that's fantastic. Music moves the soul.
Exactly.
Reaches even the most diehard person out there. I'm telling you. There's something to this. We're going to get this. They did this in a matter of weeks because they come up with the idea and they realized, oh my God, the American Music Awards is in like 3 weeks. We got to write the song, produce it, get everybody here, get the recording studio, pick which one we're going to do it in, and keep it a big secret because we don't want anybody else here except for the artists.
That's what I'm saying. How do you keep something like that under wraps? I mean,
Watch the movie and you'll find out how they did this. Literally, they sent out the invite. They sent out the tape that Michael Jackson and Stevie Wonder had done to create this song. And it still wasn't finalized until that night when they actually did the recording of it. Because there were things that happened that night that reshaped that song. Just unbelievable. What a story. However, we do have a retro vape for us today.
Ooh.
Not so retro. This is an utterly fantastic kit. I truly love this thing. This is my third one. Because all three of them are fantastic until you drop them and the touchscreen on the front gets cracked and then you don't want to use it. But we're going to open it up today, and I'm going to show you how wonderful this thing is, and I'm so looking forward to using it. And I put in the description of this video that, we're going to use the spoonful e-liquid. However, I just realized I have Southern Peach Double Delight here that we still haven't opened and tried yet.
Oh, we'll not get that into that, mate.
Might have to put that one in there today.
Yep, you're going to have to get into that one, my friend.
Utterly fantastic. So looking forward to this. Then we got our usual dad jokes. And I've got a bunch of lattes that I got to consume. They're taking up the bottom drawer of the fridge, so going to use them all up today.
On the latte, eh?
Affirmative. And I also still have some peanut butter stout here. And I still have that coffee martini. I might get hammered before the show's over.
Glad somebody will. Oh,
It's going to be a little awkward. Mom's sitting downstairs, playing on her phone. I come staggering down the steps all hammered. I thought you said you were doing a live show.
Yep.
Sorry, Mom.
I was ill last week. I was absolutely ill last week. I took a day off work. It was after here, when we were doing the live show, I went and had a kebab. Oh my God, kebab. I don't know what was in it, but put it this way, I was up all night. It was coming out of both ends, literally projectile.
Ooh.
I was ill. I went, what
Did you not cook it the whole way?
No, it was a takeaway.
Oh, that makes it even worse.
Absolutely ill, and I was 4 o'clock in the morning by the time I think I got any kind of sleep. And then I was up an hour later, and I'm sitting on the toilet and ringing work. I can't get off the toilet.
Not coming in today.
No. Oh wow! I don't know what was it. No, Jesus Christ! I was ill of it. Bastards.
Mate, you do realize we're getting to the age now where you need to call off when you're not sick. So you can actually enjoy the time you have left. Because it ain't that much.
Gosh, let's see.
I'm thinking about this. We Are the World. We Are the Children was 35 years ago. It literally feels like yesterday.
I remember it vaguely. I vaguely remember it clearly.
I literally, when he did that, I did the search for, the new thing. I literally heard the first 4 seconds of the trailer where they sung those words. We are the world. We are the children. And I was hooked in 4 seconds. Because I could feel it was just yesterday.
To make a better place, just you and me. We are the... I know the lyrics. I still know it.
Exactly. Where do you find that in today's society? Where do you find that kind of hope and inspiration that single song that they put together in a one-night recording session empowered in millions of people?
Never happen again. Never ever happen again.
It's all nothing but fear-mongering stuff nowadays.
Nobody could ever replicate that, man. Not a chance.
I'm sure they could do it. I'm sure they could do it. You have to have the desire to do it, though. That's the thing. That's the problem nowadays. There's so much fear mongering going on that people don't even have the desire to do nice stuff anymore.
But we've got to. I mean, you talk about time. I mean, we do. I don't know if you heard, like Red Nose Day over here. It's like where all the comedians do sketches and all that stuff. That's been going for over 30 years as well. You know, Lenny Henry started that off. That's been going for 30 years because they're the same kind of thing, you know, raising money. It was originally for Africa, but now it's obviously charities all over UK now. But it's been going over 30 years because when they do it this year, Lenny Henry's stepping down from hosting it. He's hosted it from day one, but obviously he's getting on now, so he's stepping down and letting some fresh talent take the reins, as he calls it. But yeah. Comic relief for over 30 years. You're like, wow, I'm getting old.
I remember at Christmas time, you know, walking into the drugstore and the pharmacy, and they used to have the red noses there for charity.
Yeah, the Red Nose Day.
Yeah. You don't see that kind of stuff anymore.
That Band-Aid, do they know it's Christmas or something? That's played.
Band-Aid was what inspired We Are the World.
Yeah. Everything's that still gets played every year now as a Christmas song, so you know.
Yeah, and then the best part is you know, once they did this, then all the artists that were there, I mean, the atmosphere of them all being in the same room together, first off, it was completely disarming to these artists. All of these artists that were there were the top pop artists in all the genres across all of music in the 80s.
It was like a cooperation between the UK and America. Obviously, we were doing Band-Aid at Wembley, Live Aid at Wembley, and the Americans wanted to do the same thing in America. And I think it was so they kind of wrote their anthem type of thing, like we wrote our anthems. So we were kind of like congealed because they both went online.
And then this inspired a whole bunch of other stuff like Farm Aid. You know, Waylon Jennings was there for this, and then he bailed out early because there was a bunch of disagreement about they wanted to bring in the language from Africa, and meanwhile it wasn't even in the part of Africa where they were sending the food that language was spoken. So, but Waylon didn't want to have any part of that. I mean, this stuff was recorded at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning after the award ceremony was over with.
Yeah, I think they had it in Philadelphia in America, the concert, didn't it? It was Philadelphia. I'm sure it was Philadelphia.
Yeah, and then anyway, we could sit here and talk for hours about all this charity stuff that went on, all that was inspired in our youth and how it was all absent in modern day youth. Now we got to protect the children. Yeah. You know what? We are all children. We are all children of God, and we are all on this planet together. So if you're going to ban something that I use to stay off of combustible cigarettes, that's age discrimination. And I think it's time for us to take legal action against these idiots. Problem solved.
Freedom of choice.
Exactly. Talk about a humanitarian. Focus on what is actually has the potential to save lives. Quit worrying about money. Money is the root of all evil. Always boils down to money.
Of course it is. Without money, it's one of the seven deadly sins, isn't it? Greed.
Oh, I fucking hate Facebook. I truly do. It is going to be the bane of my existence.
Yes,
I had a beautiful thing here from Mooch. Okay? And Facebook, like all these other websites, wants to constantly reload shit in the background.
Oh, it's usually a save.
Kiss off. Guess what? We found it anyway. New hotness from Molicel. It's the P50B, rated 5,000 milliamp hours, 60 amp non-continuous discharge, 25 amp charge. Don't charge it at 25 amps. You'll kill the battery. You can do it. It's not going to blow up or nothing, but
no,
you'll ruin it. You'll shorten its life. But think about it, man. When we got started vaping, we had those little green batteries, the 25 Rs. Everybody's like, "Oh, that's the greatest thing in the world." 2,400 milliamp hour, 25 amp discharge. And as they got older, 20 amp was the max discharge you could get out of them. So, I mean, they weren't really good for mech mods or anything like that. But 1 amp charging was what it was limited to. Now, here we go. How many years later? 5,000 milliamp hour battery. 60 amp discharge. Put that sucker in a mech mod.
Well, there's my battery. I've just bought a new battery. Good charge out with it.
Oh boy. I got a hand check that's using one of those sealed cell batteries inside. Big clunky monster.
It's a power bank.
Holy moly.
You should get one of these for camping. That's solar panel. That's solar powered.
Unbelievable.
And it's got a little torch on the side as well. It's an outdoor power bank. And the details I cannot remember, but it's a kind of old whack, like. I mean, it's got all your. Wait, hang on. I'll tell you what. I'll go to a camera you can see it. Well, not that one. That one. There you go. It's got all your charging ports in there. USBs, Type C. This thing could probably start your car. Solar powered at the front. I can't remember the detail on it again. Hang on, let's have a look here. I'll see if I can see something because I'm blind as a bat.
There's Julians in here today.
I found the writing, but I'm trying to fucking see it. Hang on a minute. Let's have a look.
Does it suck getting old? You can't see anything?
Just shit in it.
I caught myself half a dozen times this week putting stuff underneath the camera so I could actually make out what it says.
I can't see a fucking thing, honestly. It's because the writing's not faint on it now because it's being used, you know what I mean? It's just like, oh my God. And if I shine light on it, I think it's a... Nah, I cannot see it. Ah, fuck it. I can't see it. But come on, I mean, really? I'll show you. Wrong one. Can you see the writing on there? It's that's how faint it is. You can just see him make it there. You can just see him make it out on the side. That's how faint it is. It's tell you, I can't see a bloody thing.
I put you full screen and I still can't quite make it out.
Exactly, but there is writing there, though, isn't there? I can't even take a picture and zoom in on the fucker.
Wow.
It's been well used for a year. It goes.
Technology keeps marching along, mate. No question about it.
Hey, man, talk about technology. Jesus. Want to see what I was using in the early days?
Yeah.
I will get it out now. There she is. One video camera. 4K.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah. 4K video camera. Hey.
One of those cheese Chinese knockoffs.
Yeah. Rotating screen so I could sit and point at me and see what I'm doing instead of just switching off the camera all the time.
Mate,
I'm on the wrong camera.
I've got the Canon Vixia for my overhead camera. I'm still using it.
There we go. That's it. There you go. And there she is. Still works, I believe. I've got a battery here. Like, I mean, does she still power up? Let's have a look. Oh, she does. No way. She works. There you go. See you.
That's fantastic.
How about that? That still works. Now, that's been in the box for about 3 years. I'm surprised there's still any life in the battery. There's not a lot, right?
I wish I would have bought more of these things. Because I think I only paid like $250 for that Canon Vixia camera, and for what I use it for, I mean, I wish I had 3 or 4 more of them.
The zoom's kind of mad on it, like. The only thing is, like, the fixed lenses, so you can't really do much with them that way. But yeah, wow. Well, I'll be. It's the best sticker.
It works fantastic.
So I didn't even realize it still worked. I thought it must be dead. The battery's still got life in it. Unbelievable. Would you ever believe it, eh?
Yeah. Totally do.
There you go.
The fact of the matter is you don't have to pay for the name brand stuff. You can get stuff that will perform just about as good, if not better sometimes, than the name brand stuff at a fraction of the cost. You know, if somebody were to tell me today that you can build a computer to game on for $200, I'd tell them they're nuts. But quite honestly, technology's marched along faster than the game development has. So you can get yourself a $78 brand new graphics card for $78 and still play most of the games on it. I mean, you can play pretty much all the games, but some of them, you know, get to affect the performance bad enough that you don't want to play it.
That was my voice recorder. That was what I used to use for audio.
Nothing wrong with that.
Voice recorder.
As long as you set the volumes correctly. Don't do like I did for this case review and not pay attention to it after thinking, oh, I said it last time. It should be fine this time. Move the microphone 4 inches closer to my neck and clipped it a couple times.
That's still got power and all. Fucking hell. The batteries are brilliant on these, aren't they?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Does it actually have a switch to turn it off? Is that why?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is. When they put the switches on there that it completely turns it off, it doesn't use any electricity. It's not like, you know, our mods, when we turn them off, they're still using power to keep the memory alive in here.
But there you go. Your microphone went in there, my headset went in there. My God. Go ghost hunting now, isn't it? Is there anybody here? Come on. Can anybody?
That's how you can tell a quality battery. As long as the internal resistance is so small that it doesn't lose its charge significantly over time, that's the quality battery. That's the difference between quality battery and cheap batteries. Cheap batteries have a lower internal resistance, and they'll bleed themselves out of all of the energy they store.
Oh, little ghost out the paranormal investigators use these, don't they? If there's anybody here, come on, speak up now. Or hold your peace. Come on. You're like, he told us to fuck off.
Just like the World Health Organization telling all of us vapors to fuck off.
To fuck off, yeah. That was the ghost of the founder. Fuck off.
Yep.
Well,
put the warning up in case people don't know. The show contains mature adult content not appropriate for minors or adults with a large stick up their ass. Okay, now that you've been forewarned about it, and now we've revealed our privacy policy, it's time for us to jump into the news. There you go. Another warning. telling you guys ahead of time, explicit language warning due to one person being from the kingdom and the other from the colonies, and due to the emotional subject matter, explicit language will be present in the Advocate's Voice 2024.
If any of you do have a stick up your ass, we will stick a stick up your ass. There you go.
We have larger sticks.
Yes.
And we promise not to use any lube, just like the World Health Organization.
Yep.
And you will enjoy it.
This is the end of the road for vaping in Australia as we know it.
That the word should have never been spoken, ever. That's utterly preposterous.
Less than a week away now, isn't it? Less than a week away now.
I mean, I totally understand why they're saying it, but it should never got to this point.
Never.
This is what they want for all of us.
Imagine a world where the freedom to choose your favorite ice cream flavor is taken away.
Hope you're all doing good as gold. Unfortunately, things down here in Australia are anything but good as gold.
The problem with vaping is that it's a bit of an entry point into then full-on tobacco use.
Unfortunately, the Australian government has blindsided all of us by not needing to use legislation to bring in a ban. They have very sneakily, right around Christmas, made 2 amendments. One to the Therapeutic Goods Administration, specifically the Therapeutic Goods Legislation Amendment, brackets Vaping Regulations 2023. And the other one is the Customs Legislation Amendment, Vaping Goods Regulations 2023. By making amendments to these regulations that are already in place, they are able to basically ban everything in terms of importation. Already on the 1st of January, they brought in a full ban on the importation of disposable vaporizers. However, as of March 1st, there will be a full ban on the importation of all vapor products. Whether it's a complete system, whether it's a part system, whether it's a pod, whether it's a mod, whether it's a tank, whether it's a fucking RDA, a Boro, doesn't matter. It can be a part, it can be a full system, it's banned. You can't.
I hate to tell you guys this. If you're in the United States, this is on the books already. But nobody's enforcing it. And they're working right now to change that. We can take a look. I was shocked. I knew it was a matter of time that this was going to come out. Here's your list.
Love it.
There's your list. That's all that's been authorized by the PMTA, by our illustrious FDA. Washing the hands of Big Pharma and Big Tobacco. There's your authorized list of products for sale in the United States if you want to vape. Made by Logic Technology Development LLC, aka Japan Tobacco. Enjoy, which is Philip Morris International, because PMI bought them out. And RJ Reynolds with their Views Vibe and Zero. 3 big tobacco companies are the only authorized vaping products in the United States. But nobody's enforcing it yet. And they're pushing legislation right now. That's why CASA's shitting a brick and putting, 30 or more call to actions out there for you guys to respond, because that's how many states they're fighting big tobacco instituting their monopoly. Forced monopoly. It's not just Australia and the UK being threatened. The writing's on the wall here.
Cannot import it as of March 1st. So essentially, if you've already imported stock by March 1st, the shops, the online stores, the retailers, they can continue to sell those products, but they won't be able to import or restock anything more, and you as consumers won't be able to buy online from overseas or anything like that. Essentially running the fucking shops down slowly until they've got nothing left to sell. The legislation they're going to bring in this year will be aimed at, trying to stop liquid manufacturers from manufacturing liquids here. That's what they haven't done yet, is the local domestic sort of ban as such, because obviously if you're a liquid producer here in Australia, you're not necessarily importing vapor products, you're making them here. And so they are still going to go after that. There is going to be legal vapes available in Australia. They will be only through pharmacies. They will only...
And they had them in place. I told you guys months ago on the news. NicoVape was available in pharmacies back during Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
They already had it written on the books and in the pharmacies ready to go. So when the ban hit the road, you could go into the pharmacy and get your vape. But the problem with these are, you think disposables in the United States are bad at 50 milligrams?
Only be with a prescription, and they will only be government-approved products. We've seen a few of them already recently. 59 milligram pods.
They went right to 60 milligram. There you go. Have a nice day.
Wow.
Jesus, 59 milligram pod. No flavor, and that pod will cost you about $80. It's going to be...
Oh, no.
You can DIY your own for $5. And this will last you longer than that shitty pod that is nothing but spitback. Like all the products that have been legally authorized for sale in the United States, nothing but junk and spitback. Well, the Enjoy's not spitback. But it's tobacco flavor. Straight up tobacco flavor. Yuck.
Disgusting.
It's really expensive to quit smoking legally here in Australia through vapor products. So Aussies, yeah, stock up. Get your fucking shit now, because it's going to be a fucking long, cold winter for vaping here in Australia. If you are an Australian, stock up. Stock up on your nicotine. Stock up on your hardware. Stock up on your coils, because, yeah, after the shops run dry later on this year, and they'll be able to keep going for a while, but you won't be able to buy anything online from overseas, and they won't be able to replenish their stock. So it is doomsday.
One of the largest raids of its kind in Australia, Sydney Police have seized more than $1 million worth of vapes in a sweeping crackdown right across the city.
30,000 vapes and illegal cigarettes were seized in one of the largest operations we've ever seen here in Australia.
The federal government is banning the importation of vapes, which the Daily Mail reports will turn 1 million Australians into criminals. But at the same time, as
I think that's their secret plan. If they don't kill you off by having you stay smoking combustible cigarettes, stay a smoker for the rest of your life until you get cancer or heart disease or have a stroke or emphysema, and, take all of your healthcare expenses and funnel them to the pharmaceutical corporations to make their billions of dollars, they're going to put you in jail. You're not going to collect your pension because you're going to be sitting in jail making money for the prison industrial complex. That's their goal. Keep the corporations fed. Meanwhile, you're shit out of luck.
I just mentioned, the AC...
It used to be a prison colony anyway, didn't it? In Australia, once upon a time.
Yeah, so they're just keeping with tradition. Just like they say that combustible cigarette smoking is a tradition, a long-held tradition over multi-generations. So, you know what? We're not going to touch that. We're not going to do anything else. We've already raised the taxes so high that we know that we got a black market that we can't control and can't have any say-so over, and we don't collect any taxes on. So we don't want to screw ourselves any worse than we've already done. So now we're going to do the same thing with vaping.
ACT is decriminalising drugs like ice. What do you think of this inconsistency?
Well, it's just absurd, the situation, especially here in the ACT, where if you are caught with liquid nicotine, you face a $32,000 fine and or potentially 2 years in jail. as a maximum penalty. Whereas if you're caught with cocaine, meth, or heroin, it's $100.
You believe that shit?
$100. Fucking hell.
Cocaine, meth, LSD. What's the date rape drug? GHB, Rohypnol. $100. Because we're taking the harm reduction approach and we need to treat them medically, not as criminals. But, well, oh my goodness, you know, if you quit smoking with a vape, an unauthorized vape, and you quit smoking, well, then you're going to have to pay a $22,000 fine.
Ouch.
What is the world going to here? And the Daily Mail's right, over 1.3 million Australians do vape now. I think the government's got no chance of putting this genie back in the bottle. Whatever you think of vaping, their attempt to ban it is only going to force those Australians into a black market, which will be a massive boon for bikie gangs and triads all around the country. They will be laughing to the bank. And
they're going to keep firebombing the tobacco shops. Because the quicker they run out of inventory, well, the quicker you're going to have to buy it on the black market. Somebody emailed me and says, why were they firebomb tobacco shops? It makes no sense to me. Well, because it's been banned for import, and right now they've got enough inventory built up that they can continue to sell for at least the rest of the year. Maybe next year. Some of them have warehouses full of this stuff. And as long as they still have it, they're still allowed to sell it. Exactly. But the quicker that supply runs out, the quicker people are forced to turn to the black market and buy from these criminal enterprises. So what do you think the criminal gangs are going to do? Same thing the big tobacco and big pharma is doing by legislating the prohibition of vaping. Force you to turn to the black market. Force you to become a criminal if you want to continue to use this and not smoke cigarettes and die.
Meanwhile, we'll do not enough to keep vapes out of schools. That's what the focus should be on. Our enforcement efforts should be on keeping these things out of the hands of school children.
This is not going to work. We all know that. We all know that the Australian government's prohibition approach is not going to work. The black market is going to go fucking bananas. There's going to be all sorts of, illegal sales going on because they've already been happening with disposables and nicotine anyway. So we know what prohibition does, and that's only going to get worse. So all we can hope for is that in 6, 12, 24 months, the government has to review what they've done, look at the even bigger mess that they've created with the black market, and hopefully rethink it and maybe look more at what places like the United Kingdom and New Zealand are doing. But until then, get yourself sorted because, it's going to be fucking tough.
As you no doubt know, vaping in Australia has been under attack from all sides for quite a while.
This is the reviewer formerly known as Legion Vapes.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't look like Prince. He doesn't look like Prince. He may be artistically somewhere in line with Prince, but we don't know. Hasn't picked up a guitar since his accident in Canada. I'm telling you, you have the perfect idea. You could sit down and write the song. We can have our own We Are the World. We are the vapors.
Wow. And most strongly from the federal government, the Labor Party in particular, have had their eyes on us for a very long time. Recently, there was some announcement that some nasty things would be coming as of January the 1st, 2024. They banned the import of disposable devices, regardless of whether they have nicotine or not, as of the 1st, and they promised more things coming in March. The first thing is that it seems like certain things don't require legislation, and they are a foregone conclusion. That is, the complete and utter banning of the importation of any and all vape-related products as of March. You won't be able to bring in tanks, RDAs, wire that is labeled as being for vaping, cotton that is specifically developed for vaping, e-liquid, whether or not it contains nicotine, anything like that will not be able to be imported. That really devastates both the commercial side and the consumer side of vaping in this country. That is not going forward to the government in February to be discussed. That is done. That is it. That is prohibition. There is a slight nod towards tourism dollars. They've decided to allow visitors to bring 2 vapes. I think it was 200 mils of e-liquid. Basically they want to...
I was going to go to Australia and take a suitcase full and sell the cunts on the black market.
Mate, you and I are going to have to buy a boat. You know what? Phil and Dimitri are right. There's going to be a massive sale of submarines in the next year. Load that sub up with e-liquid and vapes and coils and cotton. Just ship it into port, pull it up on shore, offload it.
You look a bit strange there on Bondi Beach with your Mac on. You go, "You want to buy a vape? You want to buy a vape?"
They want to ensure that tourists from overseas can come in and feel comfortable, but they're doing absolutely nothing to look after their people. Where does this lead?
How are they going to make me feel comfortable? I can't survive on just 200 mils of e-liquid because I want to experience the country if I'm going to go visit it. I'm not just going to, go there for a couple days.
What's to
That's
say
utterly
that
preposterous.
What's to say that somebody's not going to rob you? So they say you vape in your hand, they'll be like, "Come here, I'll have that."
Where's the rest of it? Where's the rest of your stash?
Yeah. You'll not be getting mugged for money, you'll be getting mugged for your vape. What?
Well, it's like when they were going to pass the tax here, and all of a sudden a couple liters of nicotine that I have sitting in the freezer out in the garage, that would have been worth like 30 grand. Who's going to insure that? My lifetime supply of it. Both me and my wife.
Leave us as a country of consumers who have transitioned to vaping in an effort to protect ourselves and to improve our health and to still be here for our friends, for our family, for our loved ones, for our kids. Where does that leave us? Literally, we are up shit creek without a paddle in this country. There is very, very little hope at this point of overruling this, of changing this in any way. This is pretty much set in stone. The only legislation that is up for question is whether or not they will be able to damage the manufacturers who make e-liquid in this country. Yeah, the manufacturers of e-liquid are going to be pretty much run out of town.
Disturbing video shows a man being tased after he was caught vaping.
You remember that?
Fuck, tears.
The kid that was on the boardwalk? And he wasn't the only one. Maryland's really cracking down on it on their boardwalk and saying, no vaping. The one they had 6 cops around this guy and tackle him and arrest him for vaping.
After tasing him, Jesus Christ.
This is full-on prohibition. They've got plans for more things coming down the line. By the end of 2024, this is literally going to look like a draconian police state, at least in terms of tobacco and vaping control. They consider them to be the same. This is the end of vaping in Australia. We have a couple of months grace, but this is the end of vaping for now. This is prohibition. If you are a vapor in Australia, my biggest advice to you right now is look after yourself. Stock up. Get yourself that prescription. You may never use it later, but for now, 100 milligrams in the freezer. Get as much as you can. Stock it and store it away. For those of you that are overseas that are watching this and you're just shaking your head at how asinine and how bad it can be, let me warn you, this can happen anywhere. This can happen to any government. So be vigilant, be out there, be active. The best thing that I can say to a vapor internationally is you need to be active as an advocate for what has saved your life so that other people can go down that same path. It can easily be taken away from you. It can easily be ripped out from underneath you, and all that it takes is for you to be quiet, selfish, self-involved, and not aware of what's going on outside your walls. The world moves at a faster pace than you think, and all it takes is
for them to sign a little piece of paper, change 1 or 2 words in legislation that's already on the books, and you're screwed.
these fucking organisations and all are now showing their true colours. They're now just showing themselves as money-grabbing twats because they're doing absolutely jack shit when it comes to defending vaping. They're doing nothing. Classic example here in the UK, we had a public meeting. Not one member of any of the vaping advocate groups was at their meetings. Not one. And
you know why?
And
they addressed it at the COP meeting. At the COP, the UK was embarrassed because they have wonderful anti-tobacco legislation so that the tobacco industry can't lobby the UK government, right? But they got a SWAT because they allow the vapor industry to advocate on behalf of the people that are trying to quit smoking. And the COP meeting was there to push the core, the forcing of all this to be treated all the same. So now the vapor industry and the Vapor Manufacturers Association that are there can no longer go to these government meetings. They're not allowed.
Public, the one we had was public. I could have went. It was public.
You can, because you don't make or sell any tobacco product. They do. That's why I've been pushing for people to pay attention to the COP meetings year after year after year, because that's where they institute these ridiculous restrictions, preventing us from being able to represent ourselves. Yes, we can go there individually, but we can't go as an organization because the organization has been classified as a tobacco organization.
But the ironic thing is, it's not just that. It's like, I don't know if you've seen one a few Vic's recent vlogs, but you see
he's coming up next in this report.
Yeah, you see that they've actually got a GoFundMe page for 75 grand to get a solicitor, and yet they're taking like £500,000 in subscriptions, and they can't get a solicitor. Come on, that's what I mean.
That is utterly ridiculous.
They're bleeding you dry and doing fuck all for it. All the more.
Because it's against the law for a tobacco organization to fund. They're literally cutting our rights off of us.
It's not illegal in the UK yet. They can still do it, but
well, let's see what he has to say about that.
Is 1, 2, 3 steps, and the government has just shut it down, as has happened here.
Legion from Australia is right. What's happening in Australia right now could happen anywhere else in the planet, including the UK. Australia has essentially banned vaping. They haven't banned vaping on paper, but they have enacted laws which will basically shut the vaping industry down.
Tens of thousands of illegal e-cigarettes have been seized in our state's largest raid yet.
The laws have already passed. They were written in and signed in under the door. Closed session, under the door, no public consultation, the door was slammed shut. Simple as that. What Legion said has me worried. It has me worried. This could happen. What happened in Australia, what's happening in Australia, could happen to any country.
We still don't understand the full long-term health impacts.
You're a lying piece of shit.
Fuck off. He is a piece of shit, him. He's fucking full of crap. How dare he undermine all the friggin' work that all these colleges and everything have done? How dare he do that? No, it's bullshit.
You're a liar!
What, because
you know something that you're not telling us, you slimy scumbag liar!
Yes, Rishi Sunak, you certainly are.
They're actually using underage vaping as an excuse, man. Fuck off, man. Bullshit.
And that's all it is. It's an excuse. We'll cover it later on. There's a thing that says 1 in 8 Australians have tried a vape, but they leave out the word tried. They say 1 in 8 Australians have vaped.
Yep.
In the past month. Just because they try it doesn't mean they're going to use it every single fucking day. You know what 1 in 8 translates to? 12.5%. Whoop-de-frickin-do. 10% of your youth have tried it. Like, they don't drink on a regular frickin' basis. 16.5% of them don't drink on a regular basis. Every single weekend having a kegger. But you want to go after vaping and stop all the adults from accessing the product they use to not smoke cigarettes.
Of vaping. So it's right that we take strong action to stamp this out. That's what we're doing. Banning disposable vapes, taking powers to go after the flavors, the appearance, the packaging, where vapes are displayed in store.
Did you know this? Rishi Sunak's parents own pharmacies.
Of course
There's
they do.
a shocker.
Of course they do. Christ almighty, that's old news. Like I say, they're worth a fortune, and his missus, probably the richest couple in the land.
Mallory points out that don't forget the legal age for tobacco in Australia is 18. And the survey questions are for those up to the age of 21. So you wonder why the percentage is as high as it is. They're lying through their teeth left and right.
Of course.
At the end of this year, sometime in October probably, Rishi Sunak is going to call for a general election. He doesn't have a choice. There's a fixed term parliament system now on the books. He's got to call it. The problem is, you have got a Labour Party who will probably win the next general election at the end of this year, who has a health minister who says he wants to heavily regulate the entire vaping industry, who has backbenchers, more than a dozen of them, who want to ban e-liquid flavours, who has a shadow front bench, over half of them who are in agreement with the current Shadow Health Secretary about wanting stricter regulations, more regulations on top of those regulations. Multitudes of Labour backbenchers are of the opinion that this is as bad as smoking.
And they're wrong.
And it's not a case of if. There is no fucking hope in hell of the Tories winning at the end of this year, not after the fuck-ups they've done. When the Labour Party get in at the end of 2024, the first thing they will go after is this. They won't outright ban it, but they'll start to go after the flavours first. I'll guarantee you they will go after the flavours first. If Labour get in power, we have got round about a clear year. If they go down the wrong road, we have got a clear year to organise and demonstrate. Because if we sit back and do nothing, like what happened for vast bulks of the United States, we're going to end up in the same spot that Australia's in right now. And that's fucking guaranteed. We'll end up in the exact same spot.
If the writing's on the wall.
Especially in the UK, pay attention. Get involved with your local advocacy group, or your access and choices may be taken from you.
And then you're going to be up shit creek without a paddle.
But this is what I'm saying. These alliance groups are doing jack shit. I'm doing absolutely fuck all. Nothing. Absolutely jack shit. I mean, that's an old
Who pays
video,
attention to them? I get the emails from all these organizations when they have their call to actions, when they put out their monthly newsletter about what's going on in their country, in their region of the world. Who else signs up for it? And how many other people that do review on these products actually do advocacy? Grim Green does his 15 minutes. Matt Sinister every time he does a vlog. Where's the rest of the guys?
Exactly. None of the other big wigs are doing anything. In fact, half of them are just dumping their vape channels and moving on to use it for something else.
Yeah, there's my reply to the whole situation. Kiss off. I'm not going away. I am going to be uploading other content on there because I have to look after myself. I didn't build this channel for the last how many years to end up with nothing. Because if they pass the legislation here like they did in Australia, where I'm considered a tobacco shill, I can't put tobacco content up there. Meanwhile, Connie can sit there and smoke a fucking cigarette every goddamn video that she uploads and have thousands upon thousands of fucking people watching her shit. But not us. Sorry. You're doing vape content. Oh my God, that's worse than cigarette smoking. You want to smoke a cigarette on video? And that's all you do? have a smoking YouTube channel? Perfectly fine. Fully monetized, the whole 9 yards. We'll promote you and everything. But not if you're doing vape content. Sorry.
But the figures, I mean, the percentages that they're coming out with are fucking bullshit. You know, like
it is.
I think the average amount of vape people that vape in the UK is about 4.5 million. That was probably towards 2023. That was, I think, the last time they did it right. And that only works out at about 7% of our population. 7% of your population. And yet they're saying there's like 12% teens vaping every 5 minutes, or 15% teens vaping. There's only 7%. Everybody vaping, do you know what I mean?
There's so much hypocrisy going around because they label all of us addicts. We are tobacco addicts, right? So we're going to ban your stuff from you. And in Australia, they're going to fine you thousands upon thousands of dollars if you're caught with nicotine. But if you want to get caught with cocaine or marijuana or LSD or THC or any of this other stuff, oh, well, $100 fine. Go get some medical treatment and you'll be fine. But all of a sudden when it's tobacco, oh, no, we can't do that. And it's not all bad news. I'm happy to see this guy finally. Look at that.
This is an e-cigarette. It's a form of vaping. A while back, I did something on vaping, showing studies about how vaping harms the tissues in the mouth. The nicotine causes constriction of blood vessels, and overall, vaping is not helpful. However, in England, the Royal College of Physicians has apparently done a great deal of research on e-cigarettes, and they have actually found that compared to smoking cigarettes, the rate of damage from e-cigarettes is 5% of what it is from smoking traditional cigarettes. You're reducing the damage by 95%. Hey, I don't think vaping or e-cigarettes are good for you. But if you have to choose between smoking and vaping, I happen to feel that vaping is safer. I don't think vaping is good for you, but it's better than smoking. This is an e-cigarette. It's a form of vaping. A while
million likes, 2.6 million views.
Exactly. There's the public speaking there by watching that stuff, you know what I mean?
And because he has nothing to do with vaping and has never done any vaping content before, he's not shadow banned like the rest of us.
Nope.
So let's take a look at the science since he opened the window. There's a beautiful segue there for us. Cosmos magazine published this. New study adds more smoke to the vaping debate. Love these puns. By Dr. Joe Milton, the Australian Science Media Centre. Smokers undergoing counseling to quit smoking are more likely to succeed if nicotine vapes are part of the strategy, according to an international study published in the New England Journal of Medicine this week. As Australia gears up to make vaping prescription only for March, fierce debate has raged over whether vapes are a menace, creating a new generation of nicotine addicts, or a lifesaver for smokers who are trying to quit. The government is hoping the changes to the law will make it harder for kids to get a hold of vapes. It's not. They're getting it from the black market. And now that you've regulated all the products to the black market, it's just going to make the black market bigger and easier to access for everyone. How is that so hard for these idiots to know? Anyway, the new study says the vapes may be an important role and have an important role to play in helping people to get off the smokes. The researchers recruited 1,246 smokers, 622 received counseling along with free e-cigarettes and liquids, and the other 624 just went counseling and were given a voucher to spend whatever they wanted on whatever they chose to get instead of the free vape. 6 months on, 3 in 5 smokers in the vaping group were completely cigarette free. in the week before their checkup, compared to 2 out of 5 in the other group. So 20% more quit when they had a vape. But we're going to ban it and prohibit it. Ass bags.
It's just head scratching stuff, isn't it?
It is.
Total head scratching stuff. It's just.
Vaping helps smokers quit tobacco, says global study. Giving up smoking is easier with the help of e-cigarettes, according to the research led by University of Bern. Researchers reached this conclusion by conducting the world's largest study on the subject. 1,246 participants were interviewed and examined in 2 groups over 6 months. The abstinence rate of smoking was 53% in the group that used a vape and 32% in the group without vapes. 67% more effective with vaping.
I'll tell you what I've never seen much of. I think you've touched on it before, but I've never seen much of anybody actually doing anything on the actual effects of nicotine. Because obviously that's the big demon out of all of it, is the nicotine. You know, it's like, what are the dangers of using nicotine on its own? It's a stimulant.
There is none.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's like coffee.
Yeah. So why is the big hoo-ha about having a stimulant that does you very little or no harm? I mean,
well, it kills the customer base for the healthcare industrial complex, for big pharma, and big tobacco's losing their ass right now. They see the writing on the wall. People are quitting smoking.
But they were saying that about cannabis, and you know, like how cannabis was such an evil, yet now it's getting legalized all over America because it's got these wonderful medicinal properties now. What the fuck?
That was the pry bar to get it open. The legislation where it's becoming legalized for recreational use is because, well, the states need their taxes, and since people aren't buying cigarettes anymore, we'll let them buy cannabis and collect the taxes on the cannabis to make up for the loss in cigarette sales. I'm a realist. Please, somebody out there tell me otherwise. That's the only reason it's been legalized recreationally. And now the thing is, once the dominoes start to fall, well, like Pennsylvania is a perfect example. It's been legalized here for medicinal purposes, but not for recreational use. And there are people constantly going to the legislatures right now, beating the drum going, you guys are a bunch of fucking morons, and all your money from your state is going to the neighboring states because you're too stupid to legalize it for recreational purposes. So if you want to be a bum and not collect any money, then don't change nothing. But if you want to actually make some money off of this, because people are going on across the borders to buy it and coming back with it and enjoying it, you want to make that money in your state, well, then legalize it for recreational purposes here, too.
They're fucking brain dead, man, these people. They're just blinded by the fucking dollar. They're blinded by it. They don't know which way to turn to make a dollar. They don't know what to do next to make a dollar. They're blinded by
Exactly.
it. Absolutely.
So it's a matter of time. Just like the news bumper I put together. I predicted that in the news bumper. How many months ago did I make that thing? They're going to legalize cannabis and ban vaping.
I wonder if the UK will go down that road. Do you think we'll ever legalize cannabis? Can't say.
I think it's an eventuality. When the rest of the world does it, why wouldn't they? They're going to be in the same boat. Take a ride across the river into France and you're going to be able to smoke it, but you're not going to be able to smoke it here in the UK?
Not that it matters anyway.
The tax coffers need your money to stay in country.
I don't think any kind of legalization matters anyway over here because everybody would not. You can walk out the street now and smell somebody having a joint. Doesn't matter where you go around there, you can smell it. So
you can call an Uber and get cocaine delivered if that's what you really want. Prohibition does not work
because it's like what you've just touched on there. In Australia, you get a $100 fine for having cannabis, but you get a $32,000 fine for fucking carrying a vape. It's the same here. The fines are shit. There's no deterrent. None.
And for the medicinal purposes, there are people that have cried the blues, and the bad press they got was enough for the legislatures to actually go, hey, we need to legalize this because this mom is trying to stop her kid's seizures, and she can go across the state to New Jersey and buy this cannabis oil that she puts underneath the kid's tongue, and the seizures stop right away. Why are we not going to let that happen here? So they did. And now it's a matter of time, now that, Ohio's legalized it for recreational purposes, that Pennsylvania's going to do the same because they don't want to lose the cash to Ohio.
There was a case up here a few years ago of a lady who lives over in Cumbria. She was growing her own cannabis because she was an MND sufferer, and it was one of the only things that worked for her. And because she actually gave it, never sold it, gave some to another MND sufferer to try, she got arrested and prosecuted. She didn't sell it, she gave it.
Mm-hmm.
So she was classed as a drug dealer.
Yep.
Can you fucking believe
disgusting.
it?
The hypocrisy is disgusting.
You couldn't write it. You couldn't write it, mate.
Wow. All right, one last thing. So that we don't end on a bad note, we're going to have a little humor to our commiseration. You're going to love this one.
Oh, fucking hell. It'll not be true if it's in that paper, mate.
Up in smoke, Edwin Castro blows off steam as he vapes on outing with mystery woman while $2 million Powerball legal battle rages on.
Love it. You gotta love it, haven't you?
Discover new opportunities.
Yeah.
There you go. $2 million Powerball winner. Sitting here, vaping away, having a good old time, making heyday, making the press.
Yeah, look.
How come he doesn't flick off the paparazzi? That's what I want to know. What's up with that?
True enough. Fucking vaping, man. Jesus Christ, honestly. That's going to be a good one, isn't it? When you're in jail, isn't it? Oh, what are you in for? Oh, murder. What are you in for? Oh, vaping. What?
Strawberry. I didn't want to vape tobacco. Yucky tobacco. I wanted to vape a strawberry daiquiri, so I got put in jail.
Fucking hell, man. It's embarrassing, isn't it? It's fucking embarrassing. Fucking unbelievable. I think it just goes to show the power these tobacco companies and pharmacy companies have had over all the decades. The power they've had and the power they have now. As soon as something becomes a threat to them, bang, that's it. They jump on it like a ton of bricks.
Exactly.
Wow.
Big tobacco wasn't the only scary monster out there. Big pharma, big healthcare. And don't forget about, the jail industrial complex, the prison industrial complex. They need their regular supply of inmates so that they can keep collecting money from the state to pay their your shareholders.
The ironic thing is, right, there was figures came out last week on the news, right, about healthcare waiting lists. There's currently 7 million, and I'm not fucking bullshitting, 7 million people waiting for treatment for various whatever, knee ops, hip ops, cancer treatment. 7 million. So what's that queue going to be like when they ban vaping eventually, when everybody's smoking again? How big's that queue going to end up with people queuing up for treatment? That's the UK Health Service.
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, here in the United States, they have absolutely no drive whatsoever to drop the cancer rates. They make a big hay about it. They make a big stink about it. There's lots of charities set up to collect money for cancer research. Cure breast cancer, cure lung cancer, cure all this other stuff. But nothing has changed. It's the same chemo radiation crap.
But what they were touching on, that figure isn't correct, because where it is, when you start, there was a lady she had skin cancer, and because they said, right, you're starting the treatment, they took her off that list, but she's still waiting for her treatment, so she hasn't gotten it yet. So that was just a number shifting game. So there's probably a even bigger amount of people waiting for treatment or whatever. The health service is fucked, and yet he wants to ban something to try and keep his NHS fucking going.
Mate, you should be glad that you never lived in the United States. Because my entire life, I've been consuming products that are sold over the counter in all the grocery stores, convenience stores, gas stations, that causes cancer. And it wasn't until the studies made hay that these manufacturers decided to pull those things out of their products. So I consumed Mountain Dew with brominated vegetable oil for decades. Till I quit drinking Mountain Dew and just only drank coffee. And then I started drinking titanium dioxide in my coffee creamer. Until they got found out for that, and then that got pulled out of the coffee creamer.
I'm saying, the stuff we've been throwing down our necks over the years, man. Unbelievable.
There's a list. The last I saw it was up to 15,000 that has been banned in the EU, but perfectly legal for sale and registered on the FDA's list as safe for human consumption here in the States. But 15,000 things are banned in Europe because they cause cancer or heart disease or some debilitating change in your chromosomes or God knows what.
I'm going to show you something that's on the rise in the UK.
And this also goes back to just like there's nothing but a moral panic over this whole thing. And down in Australia, 6 months earlier, they banned nitrous oxide cartridges because that's what the kids were using to get high. And nitrous oxide capsules, empty ones, were littering the streets. So they just banned them.
Oh, yeah.
Here's your Prism lens.
Oh, that's the wrong one. Anyway, I've just come across that.
What is that? Tyson.
I bet you couldn't guess what it is. I'll put it in the light.
CBD, THC.
That is a cannabis. That is a cannabis disposable. THC. That's what I come across. For research purposes only, I might add.
They're for sale in the grocery stores, the convenience stores around here too.
How much to sell them for over here? Good job you're sitting down. 25 to 30 quid each.
A lot of the vape shops have that stuff nowadays too.
This is supposed to be pineapple. It's fucking rank. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
It is I mean, I'm not going to take a tug on it because I had one and I was coughing for about half an hour. It's absolutely vile. How people can just deny.
I picked up some Delta 9 about a year ago. We were out, vape shop hopping. The old lady was like, "Oh, let's see what this is like." It's disgusting. Made me cough and hack up a lung. Didn't even get anything out of it.
Yeah, it actually tastes of weed. Isn't it?
My computer's still blinking out.
Oh, man. Horrible. They're starting to come in now. And that's before they ban them. You know what I mean? Holy shit, man. You see, they just move on to something else. That's what you do. You know what I mean? Wow.
Time to have a drink. Flavor explosion. Up for your entertainment today, I have a lovely 12's hard coffee Rebel Maple Pecan Latte, 5% alcohol by volume.
Wow.
And I'm drinking that one straight out of the can.
Well, I'm going safe because it's a work evening. I've gone back to one that I tried and tested. I've gone back to the old 1664 Premium Lager, which is, where are we? This is also 5% volume. Snap, we're on the same. Yeah. Beer the French, the Francoise. It's French beer. Delicious.
1664.
1664, my friend.
I'm trying to multitask. I'm trying to document all this stuff ahead of time so I don't have to spend all 5 hours tomorrow updating the timestamps and the content.
Still very nice. Cheers, sir. To your health.
Cheers.
It's nice. Lovely cold.
I can't get over this as being an alcoholic beverage. It's just not possible. It does not taste like an alcoholic beverage at all.
Well, there you go.
It tastes like a Starbucks or something. Oh, no, iced coffee.
Yeah, coffee with alcohol in, displayed all over your local shops. Nothing said. If it was a vape, you'd be getting arrested.
You can't even tell there's alcohol in it.
That's what I'm saying. It's just that.
It's that sweet, that flavored. There is no alcohol note to it at all. None.
There is with them because they're full of sweetener and God knows what.
Fucking delicious, I'll tell you that.
That's what I'm saying. You can sit there, you can probably not move 4 of them back and think no, then when you stand up, you go, oops.
Yeah, for sure.
And the wonder why people end up binge drinking. Jesus Christ.
Don't forget your hand checks.
Yes, thanks, people.
Drop your hand checks.
You just don't realize.
If you're not going to drop them on the show, you can send me an email, djalex@hunkyvape.com. We'll feature them on our show.
Without a doubt, yeah.
And tell us what it is. I got a bunch of stuff this week, and they're all mysteries to me. I don't know what they are. Never seen them before.
Yeah. We're not that educated, folks. You know what I mean? Especially if you've got some rare items there, you know.
Here we go. William Dobson's the only one that's dropped it in there so far. And that one's not even a hand check. That
is
his Valentine's Day. He handed his old lady some flowers and a card. Then his wife handed him a trip to the emergency room.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, did he get a rolling pin in return?
Cast iron skillet to the head.
You want a bake bread? Yeah, use this.
We see this one. We know what this one is.
Yes. Yes, mine's broke.
Yours is broke? That's horrible. What broke on it?
Not broke. It's auto firing. You just press it and it keeps going.
Ooh, the button.
I can't get into it. I can get all that off, but you kind of get into the button, but it just keeps, when you go like that, as soon as I put batteries in, it starts firing. I'm devastated because I love this mod. Absolutely love it. Beautiful,
That's
beautiful
sad.
colour.
Did you get some e-liquid on the button, or did it just short out on its own?
No, it's just started doing it. I mean, I've cleaned and checked and everything inside, and it's just absolutely fucking goosed.
Refresh the page.
I've got 2 batteries there. I'll try them a bit. Yeah.
2 comments. There we go.
Where's my other one?
Still on the Saga 21700 as everything else is packed up.
I think it's in that one.
Beautiful.
Be quick, bro. I can find me fucking other battery for it. Is that you there?
Here we go, folks. Quality entertainment for you. Kenny's going to blow up right on the live stream.
Literally. Oh, me reflexes are going to be like lightning. What I do, I unscrew. That's me switch. I unscrew that first, so there's no contact. I mean, this, you've got to remember, this is this series, Para series, fucking practically a mech mod. Nice. Are you ready? Batteries are dead.
Mate, I don't know why nobody has done this before, because this is not a new problem in vaping, right? Vaping's been around for 2 decades, right? How come nobody made a 510 threaded adapter that screws into your mod and is nothing but a mechanical switch? A 510 threaded piece, a 510 receptacle for your tank to sit on, and a button.
Hang on.
Make it purely mechanical. You can make it with spring, you could make it with a magnet. For those mods that go bad, you can have a 510 switch thread right in.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh,
it's working.
No, it's flashing red. But it's not firing now. I don't know what's going on. I'm not going to risk it.
Last thing you need is for that to go in a thermal runaway. And here's another alternative. Now that everything's moving to the black market, guess what? We can 3D print our own tanks and mods.
I know why it's not working.
No coil. You tosser. There's no coil. It's not going to work. You never completed the circuit.
Hang on a minute, right? Well, hang on. Just
Vaping is better than smoking.
Not this one. Right. This is where I'm going to look like a fool. Already. There you are.
You get an F minus in my book.
There you go. I'm not touching no switches, nothing. Look up. There you go.
Yeah, I saw.
There you are. Constant live.
Put that away.
I'm
That's not good.
devastated, mate. I'm devastated. I need to get it fixed. Anybody who's got any ideas out there to fix this, let us know. Because I'm gutted. I love this mod.
I got one. I'll put it in your box for next year. For this year.
No, but it's still, it's a principle of the thing, I mean, I love
Yeah, I
this
totally get where you're coming from.
Love it. Bloody things. It could be a simple fix, like you say, there could be juicing it somewhere or e-liquid or whatever, I don't know. Connection.
There you go, more 3D printed mech mods for you. The last one was a burrow. See the burrow tank in there?
Burrow. I've never ever tried one of them yet,
Me neither, but you know what? I like my full size rebuildables. Why would I want to tinker with a little tiny thing like that?
That's what I'm saying, kind of like the interest isn't really there. Now you're talking.
There you go, mate.
Jesus, what's he got on there? Car battery. The fucking car battery.
14.8 volt LiPo. 2800 milliamp hour. 41.4 watt hours.
That's mint. The size of the bloody thing. Jesus. I gotta get me one of them, like.
Hell yeah. But we're gonna end up making our own, dude. It's an eventuality. More burrow stuff.
Holy moly.
I do like those drip tips, man.
They're quite comfortable. Is that a top side?
I think that's Michael Redfern's. Not a scratch on it. I don't know how people can do that. My shit gets all beat up.
Some of mine don't even go out of the house. Immaculate.
Unreal. Well, I guess it's time to move on to the dad jokes. I need to make a bumper for the dad jokes.
I think so, like. Definitely. Very surprised you haven't, because you like doing that kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I got 3 reviews I got to do. My wife did steal the Chiron T50. It's her daily driver now. I told you she was going to take it. Smoa, you're getting all kinds of advertising out of it because she cuts people's hair every single day. So there's 30 to 50 people every single day that see it. Different. 30 to 50 people every single day.
Wow.
I'm going to have to kite it off of her on her day off so I can film the final part of the review for it. And Oxo was supposed to send me their child-proof, Canada compliant device, the latest X-Slim, but I don't know what happened to it. It's not here. I don't know if customs confiscated it or what happened, where it disappeared to. But I came across a chart that kind of has me wondering, you know how I've always been self-medicating myself with nicotine as a cigarette smoker and now as a vapor, and I went down to 0 milligram and then I ended up going back to it. Number 1 is prevention, and number 2 is for the health benefits. And knowing nicotine the way I know nicotine, I know its effect on the body and how it boosts dopamine and affects your mental health. And I saw this and I'm like, wow, those are the foods that I constantly crave. Wonder if it's for the same reason. My body craves a higher level of dopamine in my body than what the average person does. I love every single thing that's listed there.
Sauerkraut, yes. Oregano, yeah. I would definitely eat everything on there.
And this looks like ginger, not turmeric. I don't know what turmeric looks like.
Turmeric.
Does ginger and turmeric look like identical? Because that looks to me like that's ginger.
I'd say that's ginger.
Anyway.
Turmeric's like an Indian spice, isn't it? Turmeric.
Yeah. But I thought that was interesting. And, well, except for the fact that it's a tobacco product and you're going to have to pay tobacco taxes on it, when people give up cigarette smoking, the ashtray manufacturers can keep selling their stuff and just rebrand it in the art aisle.
awesome, isn't it? What a good
Think
idea.
about it. That's a good idea.
Holy moly.
I
dear.
think that part of your driver's test should be basic mechanical stuff, not just stop signs and, speed limits and shit.
Why is my car driving very fucking funny? You want to got half a wheel left, mate? Holy fuck.
And for those of you out there that follow me on Facebook and don't like my stuff, but you still follow me, not everything I post is my situation. Sometimes I post shit on your behalf. You just don't know it yet.
True. Very true, matey.
Oh, it's a boy!
I love it. That's cool. That's so cool.
NASCAR presents the Walmart 500.
Yeah, Bisney Cup.
What the fuck?
Oh. Hang on a minute. I'm trying to even figure out what that is.
Why would you want that to be in a four-wheel drive? It looks like a Bronco chassis.
More than likely is, because that's what the mostly used, isn't it, for anything like that?
So that's so hard to come by. And we started the show off with GTA and Mr. Raspberry Jam. Well, somebody decided that they were going to put Raspberry Jam on a tire because they couldn't afford the custom carved rim.
Good thinking.
This was my wife's thing. I told her I didn't have enough dad jokes for this week. She's like, I got a couple I can send you. When I shop, I don't just buy the first thing I see. I browse. Yes, you do have eyebrows. That's a unibrow.
I'm going to shut that down there. I'm going to come off this.
Mate, a cheese factory exploded in France. I know, you're thinking that's awful. It is! Debris is everywhere.
Oh, get your family. Holy fucking shit.
Hey, man, what type of diet did the snowman go on? The meltdown diet.
I haven't posted, but this is what I was talking about the other week, right? This is my dad joke. I don't know if you're going to be able to see that with a camera with a light. Hang on.
That's your Amazon van. This way for driver training, drug and alcohol. So you must supply drugs and alcohol in order to partake in the driver training. Is that how it works?
Or it drives you to drugs and alcohol.
Oh,
Whichever way you want to look at it, you know what I mean?
I bet it would. I bet it would, mate. Hey, man, my wife makes us put $5 in a find jar every time we make her find something that we can't find in the house. And, well, after 4 months of instituting this program, we are now going to go on a Disney vacation.
But, you know, I'm the same here.
And our souvenirs are going to be bought with the cuss jar.
She could make a fortune with that. Or even a swear box. Go with the swear box and get
This is all you, mate. I got this one for you because I know how much you love her, even though she has a drinking problem.
I don't care. Yes. Ideal partner. Oh, that's so good.
And I didn't have any food stuff for this week, so I got a picture of Boss Hog for you. Rest in peace.
Boss Hog. Boss Hog.
Now that's a hoagie.
That's a sandwich and a half, isn't it? Jesus.
That's a week worth of sandwiches. Hey, and just a reminder, this is not a bakery. I don't sugarcoat anything. If you ask for my opinion, then that's what you're going to get. Don't be mad when it's not what you wanted to hear.
True.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
What on earth?
Somebody had way too much time on their hands and way too many of these pickup truck thingies. I don't know. What was it? A camper van?
It looks like an old Citroen van.
Like 3 of them.
3 of them? Holy fuck.
And once again, you know me being health conscious. This is how much sugar you are eating. Take a look at spaghetti sauce first. Wow. El Cheapo, Prego, and Ragu, that some people swear isn't even real spaghetti sauce, is all sugar. The only thing that has more sugar than Prego or Ragu is ketchup.
Wow.
And you know why it's got so much sugar in it. If you understand chemistry at all, you understand that the reason they put the sugar in there is to tame the acidity of the tomatoes. But what's their excuse for the yogurt?
At first, I thought that was going to be salt. At first, like a salt intake, but you went the other way.
Well, that's all sugar. Look in your Yoplait. It's nothing but sugar. No wonder I love Yoplait yogurt.
Yeah, they might make fat-free yogurts, but they don't make them sugar-free.
Well, that's how it's fat-free. They take out the fat and they replace it with sugar. And what the hell is this? You and your minis.
It was a smart car. That's a smart car, but it's now got tracks on it.
and a little baby mini on top. Smart car carrying its dumb offspring.
Tell you, man, they're knocking. They're so fun to drive. Them, they just put a smile on your face. They're so fun to drive.
They're not fun to drive in GTA. Let me tell you, they get demolished too quickly.
Well, obviously, GTA. Oh,
here you go. A very limited production. It's the Ford F-25. You know, you have the Ford F-350, the 250, the 150, the 100, the original Ford F-100. Well, there's a very limited production of these Ford F-25s.
I thought it might have been a .25 then, or a 25.
Yeah. No bed. Just cabin engine. Front wheel drive.
Holy moly.
Drove my Chevy to the levee and the levee song lied.
Oh, it certainly did.
Well, you should have checked before you drove into it. And I thought this was pretty cute. I don't know how accurate it is or whether it's real or not. But somebody took all 50 states, okay, 50 United States, and took the population of each state and overlaid it on Europe. The northern half of England has the same population as Florida. The southern half of England has the population of California. And Utah is just this little sliver on the west coast.
That's Wales.
Wales.
But the north is like Scotland as well.
Yeah. Ireland.
Ireland's to your left. That's Ireland.
Ireland is made up of North Dakota, Vermont, Alaska, Washington, D.C., and maybe Puerto Rico? I don't know.
Ireland, but it doesn't look it, but it is quite a big country.
Yeah.
It's just the way it's shaped compared to us.
And you get Denmark and Norway. I wish they would have left the original European borders up. Superimposed over top of it. Look at Pennsylvania. Sitting over France.
Wow. Yeah, that might be a thing of the future that we end up.
Kenny, if you're afraid of dying alone, you can ditch Amazon and go become a bus driver. Never have to be afraid of dying alone on a bus.
It's just been my luck and all that.
Perfect retirement package. In my spare time, I'm reading a book on anti-gravity, and let me tell you, it is impossible to put it down.
Oh, no. Come on.
And speaking of Scotland, I never know which restroom to use in Scotland.
That's clever. Very clever.
And here you go. Age-appropriate content, since they're putting age discrimination on us anyway. Texting for seniors. BFF does not stand for best friends forever. We know better than that at our age. It stands for best friend fell. And BTW is not by the way. It's bring the wheelchair. And not talk to you later. It's talk to you louder. I can't freaking hear you.
Bring your own teeth.
Laughing my dentures out. Forgot where I was.
There's the hearing aid on. Oh, God. Rolling on the floor, laughing, I can't get up. That's class. That's brilliant. That's awesome. That's class. I love that.
Me mentally preparing myself to leave the house and deal with all the bungholes out there.
Yep.
Not worth it.
I know that one. Shit.
Staying in.
Deal with people. Deal with people.
And speaking of Vinyl Richie, and more people following the signs. Why? Drawbridge ahead. Seriously? It's not an instruction, it's a warning. Don't stop believing. Don't come back again. You know, I just found out the Gen Z kids are calling the 90s the late 1900s. And man, I feel like I just drank from the wrong grail in Indiana Jones movie.
I can tell the 1900s. Jesus.
Come on. 80s and 90s were fantastic.
Of course they were, man. Brilliant times.
How about Earth, Wind, and Doubtfire?
My God. Jesus.
Can you imagine Mrs. Doubtfire and playing in Risky Business? You had the dance down, Pat. You know what this is, right? We covered this one already. You didn't recognize the slot in the bumper, so I showed you the actual jack this week.
That is the actual jack for that slot in the bumper.
Bumper jacks.
Wow.
Used to reside in the back of your vehicle. Now they don't even have spare tires in cars. What the hell?
That was your car?
Yeah, because it comes apart. The foot comes off and...
Fuck me, it took you half an hour to put that together to get the car off the fucking ground.
It took 2 seconds. It's actually faster to use that jack to change a tire than it is that crank jack they have in the car, some of the cars nowadays.
Oh, them scissor jacks, they take forever, them things.
Yeah. Not that one. About 6 cranks is all it took. And if you want to watch somebody using this, you can go watch an episode of Chips.
Ah.
They changed an old lady's tire using one of these jacks.
Holy moly, yeah.
How many of these sandwiches did you eat when you were growing up? Liverwurst.
We call it patty.
Don't eat those anymore.
We had something similar. It was like something. It was sandwich paste. It was pretty much like that in a jar. It was crab and liver and the disgusting flavors. Like.
And this is what it would look like if tobacco control got put in charge of sanitation.
Oh, yes.
It's not been completely banned, just relegated to a corner of the house. It's completely inaccessible for most people.
Exactly. Unless you buy a pair of ladders. Okay, that's back to front. What on earth is that? Holy moly, man. How do people think of this shit? It's beyond comprehension.
I think it looks pretty cool. Until you put a load in it. You go to the store and buy a fridge. You imagine trying to drive home, you wouldn't be able to see nothing.
That's it.
But we got self-driving cars now. Why do you don't need to see the road? The computer's going to drive you home. Don't worry about it. That's what AI is all about.
Nah.
The only problem is there's no back seat. It's population control. There's no back seat.
See, there you go. I'm right. Oh, wait, that makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, no left. But go ahead, left. It's the world we live in. There's such a dichotomy between what we thought the world was going to be like and what the world really is now. The fuck is this?
Can you imagine having an insurance claim for that? Well, we had no left turn, but the traffic light told us to turn left. What was the fuck?
So I turned left.
Exactly.
But the sign said no left turn, so we don't have to cover it. That's what it is. It's about the corporations making the money and just collecting your monthly payment and not covering a damn thing. It's kind of like health insurance in the United States. Everybody thinks they have wonderful health insurance until they actually get sick. And then all of a sudden the bills start coming in and they start calling the insurance company, calling the hospital, calling the bill collectors. And guess what? They're still stuck with this bill and then they have to declare bankruptcy. So the lawyers make a shit ton of money. Some signs I totally understand. Senior Center, don't forget. Senior Center, remember to turn. Senior Center, hey, wake up. Senior Center, lunch only 5 cents. Turn now.
Mallory Gates is on form. Look, Mallory Gates is back in the.
I once had a friend charged with sodomy, but he had the charge reduced to following too closely.
Look at how close was he?
Took the pubic hair right off of that one. And the official winner this week of Not My Job contest goes to the line painters employed by the state.
That's a proper job's worth, isn't it? I'm not moving that. No.
Let's just go around it.
No, in our country, they would have stopped. They would have stopped and waited for somebody to move.
And I'm telling you, this is exactly what I'm talking about earlier. The USA. This is the USA that we grew up in and aspired to achieve someday. And this is what we ended up with. What the?
Yep. Totally fucked. Our world is totally fucked, isn't it? The world is totally fucked.
Speaking of being totally fucked, good old Walmart never ceases to amaze me. These lovely cans of golden sweet corn are made in Thailand. And warning, consuming this product can expose you to chemicals, including lead, which are known to the state of California to cause cancer and birth defects and other reproductive harm.
Lead, I think it can cause a bit more damage than that, like. Holy
Listen,
fuck.
This is a good reason why they need to legalize cannabis. Do you know that the cannabis that is grown in soil that contains cadmium actually contains cadmium in the cannabis?
Really? Well, I suppose so. It's going to feed off the soil. It's obviously whatever's in it.
Yeah.
Absorbed, isn't it?
So when you legalize it and you buy it on a farm that's growing specifically for that purpose, well, then you're going to avoid that problem. Unlike this problem here. There's a neighborhood feud going on. My neighbor put up the United Federation of Planets flag on his house, and the neighbor across the street just raised the Klingon flag. It's not looking good. We'll have a follow-up on this report next week, let you know how things worked out.
Holy shit.
It's a good day to die. And I still can't get past this one. I know we brought this one up before, but I just can't get over it. Railroad in the UK and EU versus railroads in the United States. It's like we have an affinity to avoid public transportation in the United States.
I would say so, like.
And I've ridden the trains in Europe. They're fantastic. They're gorgeous, glorious, clean, modern. Unlike the public transportation you have here, that's all graffitied up and from pre-1970s and atrocious.
Yeah, but you think about how long would that train journey from that part of America to the other part of America take? You know, to be there
1
like 3
week.
days, a week. Fucking no wonder.
Modern technology just keeps marching on. Here we have the original 737, and then we have the 737 Super, and now the 777.
Fucking huge, isn't it?
You thought the 747 was massive. Look at the 777.
Jesus.
It's like you could put the cargo from all three of these into one.
Makes you wonder how that actually gets off the ground. The size of it.
It's the same physics. Just scales up. And for those of you that want to look at the entire line from Boeing, here's the 707, the 717, 727, 37, 47, 57, 67, and 77, all lined up in a row.
Fucking huge, that thing.
I love the 747, man. That's what I went to Europe in when I was a kid, a couple times. Those four engines roar up and you go off that hot runway. Whew. 9-letter word meaning intoxicated. I miss doing crossword puzzles. That was one thing I loved being a paramedic. Every day I'd stop and get a newspaper so I could do the crossword puzzle with the old man that was sitting there behind driver the whole time.
Used to be a big fan of them myself once upon a time, crosswords.
Love crossword puzzles. Stimulates the brain, builds your vocabulary. And for those of you that are listening to this and not watching it, the 9-letter word meaning intoxicated is shit-faced.
With the time blue as well, isn't it? Oh, wow.
Why hasn't that been sold? That's an AI computational generation. It's gorgeous.
That seat very precarious. That seat looks very precarious.
That's gorgeous, mate.
It is nice, though.
I bet my wife $1 that I wouldn't buy another fishing rod. She wins the $1 and I get a new fishing rod. It's a win-win.
Exactly. $1, I mean, oh well.
Well worth it. Well worth the upcharge.
Exactly.
And this was just a brutal joke. It's not really, we're not giving up vaping. Sorry. They can ban it. We're not going away.
It'll still go on, man. One way or the other.
Can't put the genie back in the bottle. That simple.
We'll have to use that.
I need another one of these.
I love that. You better read that, man.
Back in the Old West, a man's penis was known as the law. And we'll tell you, There were times when it was necessary to take the law into our own hands. Many times indeed.
I love it.
What do you call naked pasta? Noodles.
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 Tell you, Murray was back on form.
Love it. Love it. Love it.
Yeah.
One down, 2 to go. Speaking of which, what do you want to do? Random recipe or retrobate?
We're going retro.
All right. Oh, a long time ago in a galaxy not so far away, Smoke decided we needed a touchscreen mod. There was a cloud chucker.
Wow.
A cloud chucker.
Mm-hmm. The Mark P3, man. Wow.
Life is like a box of chocolates.
Chocolate.
You ain't never gonna know what you're gonna get.
Oh, man.
And it's got some weight to it too. I truly love this mod. Unfortunately, the best feature of this mod is also its greatest downfall. When you put a touchscreen interface on a device on the front of it and cover it from top to bottom, there she is. Gorgeous. Pistol grip, ergonomic, the most comfortable mod I've ever owned. It was like they took my hand, molded it in plaster, and then created a mod to fit in it. Button on it is buttery smooth, beautiful rubbery feel, definite click to let you know when it fires. The battery inside was gorgeously marked, so you could clearly see positive and negative. Look at that. Falls right into place. Beautiful.
Sorry, guys. Get my comfy chair sorted. There we go.
Look at that. Oh,
that's cool.
Look at that. Buttery smooth, responsive touchscreen. You can customize the colors to your heart's content. Lock the fire key.
The mags, they were so comfortable to hold now, weren't they? When you think about it.
Oh, I love this thing. Had my mode. You can customize it. There's 3 different ones. The puff counter. The theme. Look at all the colors you can choose from. Gold is my favorite. Look at that. Gorgeous! All the data and information you could possibly want was clearly visible. Even the battery counter, the battery fill indicator, was just big enough that you could always tell whether the batteries were low or ready to go. Loved it. Loved it. Love it.
Such a cool to a lot of gold as well. Well, we got the TV, fucking 25,000.
This was designed to be a cloud chucker. This is the TFV 16 conical mesh coil.
The 16.
Look at that.
Wow.
They had a lock button on there.
Good old flip top, eh?
Oh.
Gonna be tight, innit?
Always was. Smoke stuff is always like that. But look at that. Look how big that airflow chamber is. See my fingernail up against there? Matter of fact, you want to look at their big tank, their dual coil?
Fucking bars are massive.
I love it. I don't like the fact you only get 3 of them when you buy a refill kit, but whatever. It's worth it. The vape is worth it.
The one big ass coil, and look at the size of it, man. 9.5 the size of your thumb. It's huge.
Dual mesh 0.12 ohms, 80 to 160 watts. Best at 120 watts. Yep. This is a cloud chucking dream.
It certainly is.
And the airflow on this, oh, I love it. I love it. Love it. Come on. Be a good boy. Come off of there. What's the point in this? This is dumb. Why even include this? Should have gave me 2 of these.
TPG, sir. Oh, stupid EU crap.
Should have told him to kiss off. Because this cloud chucker, what are you going to do? Put $2 bill in there and be done every 5th toke? You got to fill it up?
Nope.
Conical mesh coil. It's got a wider bore on the bottom than it does at the top. So it concentrates that flavor as it's coming up through there.
I remember them when they came out, the conical coils, like, wow.
0.2 ohms, best 60 to 85 watts. And do not ever let this cotton be visible, fully visible. You need to keep the e-liquid above here if at all possible.
Yeah. That's the way to do it.
Look at that. They put those 3 dividers in there so it didn't sound like a freight train every time you inhaled. Lipped O-rings. Look at that. Beautifully snaps into place. It's a beautiful seal.
They're good O-rings. Everybody used to knock them, but they're good because they've got the lip. Just sit snooze and with a rug on them. I didn't mind them myself.
It's just always been a challenge to get the stupid coil.
May as well leave it off if you're going to prime it.
Yeah. And I know that the description said that I was going to use this spoonful because I truly love it. I was like, oh, I'll just plow through this whole bottle in 1 week. But I came across something that's even better. Frusion Juice Company Southern Peach Double Delight.
I love peaches. Like peaches, I love peaches. Gorgeous.
Peaches with raspberry and blackberry. I am sold, mate.
Mm-hmm.
And cranberry. That looks like a cranberry there. Ooh. What a gorgeous treat.
I just realized something.
God, that feels like I just cut into a fresh summer peach.
I just realized your little build map's the map of Europe. Yes,
sir.
I used to think it was the US, for whatever reason. I just thought it was the US and never took a
US is
blind
over there.
Yeah.
It's a globe map.
Europe. Yeah. There you go.
Put your motherland forefront for you.
Yeah, I like to see the hometown. Eh?
For those of you interested, he lives right about there.
Yeah, right up there. Motherland, you bugger, the way they run this country, I don't even know what it is now. Absolutely hopeless.
I don't understand why some people did this. Make sure you wick up your coil. That's not the part that needed done. The top edge is what needed done.
Yeah.
All right.
There were buggers, some of them, like you say, but catching the threads on that top one, like that was the only.
That was the only downfall. Always was with smoke stuff.
Yeah. You obviously had the resistance of the O-ring pushing you away from it. You just didn't want to crank down too tight in case you buggered the O-ring. Are you getting that first time? Way, hey, that's a rarity. That's a definite rarity.
I mean, even the tension on the airflow ring is just buttery smooth.
16 was a decent tank.
Sure is.
I've probably got coils for that somewhere in that big bag that I've got.
Love it.
I don't think I've got a 16. I've got an 18. The big cloud chugger one. I don't think I've got a 16.
Hey, bastard, hello and welcome.
Before Black Mark Butler bans everything next month over here, what peach concentrate should I be looking for? Peach concentrate, sir.
Well, I know Flavors is fantastic. A lot of the other ones I have aren't as good, or they're like super concentrated, and it takes a lot of finessing to get the right percentage for recipes.
See, I'm just touching on what he was saying now. Like when he says, like, his company generally makes food flavoring, and do you think that's going to be the loophole for the manufacturers over there? We're not making e-juice, we're making food flavoring.
Well, for food flavoring manufacturers, they can do what they need to, but anything that they do that's going to be tobacco related has to be completely separated. You need to have like 6 degrees of separation or some ridiculous thing so that the lawyers can't come after you.
Unless they start vaping food flavoring.
You can't vape food flavoring.
They'll have a fucking. If it's banned, they're gonna try anything on that. When you think about it.
You know that's a sad reality. Is there are going to be people that are going to try to vape it direct, and then there'll be the next headline in the newspaper.
Yeah. Poisoned up, vaping illegal, blah blah blah.
Bloke poisoned because he chose to vape. They're not going to tell you the full story.
No.
Spiro rings. And then there we have the old style micro USB cable. But I never charged it that way. I just changed the battery.
We've got batteries best charged externally. It's all right, and you're putting in the car and you need to top up. You can just plug into your car and top your battery. I've done that many a time in the car.
No minors. Underage use prohibited.
Very good.
And battery safety.
See?
All right, well, while this one is sitting here, of course, I left those two out.
starts rolling it. When you shut the box, you've always left something out.
Always.
Always do. I do it myself all the time.
Then you're going to take everything back out. This tray was always a wazoo. Doesn't want to come out. There's no easy way to grab it. Then you flip the box over and everything spills out all over the place.
Yeah, like I said, he bastard, like Flavors, he's an Australian-based company, so you shouldn't be getting done for importing it anyway.
Wonder how Darren's doing. I haven't heard from him in a while.
No, me neither. I think he's been posting a few recipes up on the ELR, like, because I get notifications now and then.
Oh yeah, I haven't got notifications off of VLR in a while. Although I get Addy Tooney publishes stuff. I get notifications of his. There's a couple of them that I've gotten,
one
but
off you.
None of them were Darren.
I got one off you. Got one when you done the bunny sucker punch. You've uploaded that one. Oh.
Juicy peach. I'm trying to think what other ones I have that are peach.
Oh.
I don't have any Wonder Flavors peach. How about Flavor Art? They have a white peach that's good. What other one?
Peach is another one of them ones that are hitty missy, isn't it? Gotta get them right.
Well, my problem with the TFA one is you need to let it sit like 2 months to get the actual full peach flavor out of it. Knuckle test tastes nothing like a peach, just chemically. Some of the Flavor Art stuff is super concentrated, and I understand that, so I don't knuckle test that. I'm smart enough to realize that. But TFA has been one of those ones where it's like I've mixed them up in recipes and stuff, and it's just like it's so throaty when you first mix it, shake and vape it. But you come back to it 2 months later or 3 months later, and if you got that percentage right, it was nice.
You kind
but it
of
didn't
find
like
that
blow me away.
You kind of find out exactly what you've been seeing with the commercial ones. The commercial ones today, they're too throaty or they're very chemically.
Well, I'm curious to see how throaty this one is because it tastes better than anything I've had before.
Yeah. Oh, if you get it right, bang it.
I used to chase the peach ones, but I got sick and tired of them all being throaty.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to mess with it. Once I get it, I want to open a bottle and use it. And then I've had ones before, like the peach teas that tasted nothing like peach at all. It was just a tea.
Yeah.
Where's the peach?
Wow.
I need to buy another microphone. I'm sick and tired of having to move this one.
Just to add to your collection.
Well, and then it sits right in front of me. Like, I want one like this, I can just swing it over.
So you didn't realize, folks, he doesn't only collect e-liquid, he collects microphones.
Well, yeah, but as a DJ, I've always had a collection of microphones. I just never thought I'd spend in $500 for microphones.
I get one of these little road things, man. You stick it up in the air. I mean, it's out the way.
The audio quality's not good enough for me.
Get away, shite. It's YouTube, man. You're not fucking. Not in your DJ now. You're in the house doing a YouTube video game. Trust us, you'll sound good. Anyway, it's not your microwave. It's all your shit you've got to connect it to. That's what you're thinking. How you get it right. You could probably put a $5 microphone above your head and still get it sounding good. Guarantee it.
Yeah, well,
see,
I'm trying to go for the minimal processing.
Yeah, right.
I learned the hard way. I was telling them before the show. When I did the case review, I actually used my little Tascam DR recorder with the lapel mic. And I didn't set the volume. I didn't check the volume to make sure it was still set appropriately. I put the lapel mic right here. Well, when I first set it up and tested it, I put it right here in the nipple line where it belongs. When I wasn't paying attention, I put the microphone 2 inches higher and it was clipping the first half of the recording.
See, that's the thing. People don't realize how to use a lav mic. You see people with them clipped up here, and they sound awful. They're not designed. I watched a guy who he was like a sound guy, and he got an actual sound guy in off a movie. He was asking me, he says, "How do you actually mic the actors up?" And he says, "The nipple line on the males, obviously."
And they tape them under your clothes.
Yeah. That's because you can hear it through your chest rather than your, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But yet, like, you see these people with them up here, and you're like, well...
But see, the problem is lapel mics are really deceptive. You think it's hard enough to find yourself a decent, microphone for you to be able to talk into?
Yeah.
And then you're like, okay, well, let me go and EQ it so it sounds more like me, like all the other recordings. And the El Cheapo mics already have a built-in EQ curve. And if you don't compensate for that and you try to EQ it, it will never sound right. Because you didn't get rid of the original EQ curve that was built into the cheapo thing to make it sound good right off the recording. You go and spend the money on a decent mic like this Rode Procaster. First off, it's going to be relatively flat except for the little slight bumps. And the slight bumps in these, like the expensive mics, are gentle curves that are easy to just pull down with a standard cue, and you leveled it. And then you could mold it and shape it like clay into whatever you want it to sound like. You try to do that with a cheapo mic?
Sound is not my...
There you go.
Yeah, sounds...
The Zoom ZD1. Like a $50 microphone now. It was like $100 when it first came out. But nobody wants it because it's a pain in the wazoo to EQ this to make anybody sound decent.
Yeah.
If you don't care what you sound like and you're only doing Zoom meetings, it works fine. Because you'll never hear yourself. But when you're doing YouTube and you sit there and you listen to yourself 75 times during the editing process, if it doesn't sound like you, it gets annoying. And you'll waste hours trying to get it to sound right. Unless you don't really care.
Sound's never been my good point. I think that's just lack of understanding. I just don't understand it. It's simple as that.
It's a lot of physics, and if you really want to get into deep dive into it, or if you're like an audio engineer, then it's more about understanding your equipment than it is about understanding, the sound or how it works.
Right,
you get certain fundamentals you have to pick up, but they're like golden rules. They're not actually definitive one way or the other.
It's like when you go to these live gigs, you've got that guy at the back on that sound desk with like a million sliders.
That was me in high school.
How the fuck do you know which one of them to move? How the hell in God's earth do you know how to run that?
That was me in high school. And then I made the utter failure of a mistake. One show. My social studies teacher that I always admired pulled together a little band, and he was doing a little 50 song, right? But he was one of those people that screamed into the microphone and held it like he was deep throating it. So he was always redlining it, clipping it, right? So I have to keep cutting him back and cutting him back and cutting him back, and finally got to the point where I cut him back so much that his mic didn't make any noise whatsoever.
Was that bad?
He sounded good, but the problem was he didn't know mic technique. I don't care how good your microphones are, they have a certain limit that you can scream into it. And if it's beyond that limit, it's going to be horrible.
True. When you see these pro performers singing, and they hit like a big note, you see them, they pull the mic away as they hit that note, and it sounds great. And then when they want to be quiet, you can see them moving the mic to the voice, basically. They're banging out a massive note, they'll pull it away and away it comes down.
And then when you get really good at it, then you can literally know the reaction of a microphone that's like this one. That's why I finally got it out of frame. I used to love having the microphone up close, like a radio DJ, and I'd be up on there working the mic. But if you know how a microphone responds, you can create an EQ that's dynamic, so you can move away from it. And as you move away from it, it fills in that low end that you would normally get by the proximity effect. And you can get a relatively consistent sound to a microphone without having to be on it, swallowing it.
On the other side of the coin, you see some performance that the nose is resting on it while they're singing, you know what I mean? They're right in it, you know what I mean?
And as an audio engineer, you can compensate for that by giving him a mic that's got a high SPL to it, and it makes your job actually easier because it never changes. The tonality is always going to be the same if your mic is resting on that person's chin. And a lot of, musicians are taught that. Just rest it on the edge of your chin, and no matter what you do, you'll always sound the same.
Exactly. Move about and all that, it'll still be there.
Yeah. And then you get a dynamic mic, you can do the same thing. You can take that proximity effect and tame it. But that's a whole nother conversation. One of these days I'll make some videos about that.
Again, it depends if that person can actually sing. They're not auto-tuned.
Everything's auto-tuned nowadays, and a lot of the live performances aren't actually live. It's Memorex. You just don't know it because it's all digital.
Oh, today they are. Back in the old days, people could sing then.
The new coil, yes. Mode, wattage, normal.
I watched a video the other day. It was the Righteous Brothers Unchained Melody. It was live on Bing. It was Bing Crosby's show. He'd done it live on there. My fucking God, what a voice that man had.
Oh, yeah.
Holy moly, what a voice. The thing is, in them days, they could belt out this high note and just make it look normal. No. You see them doing this day, like, you see them in this day, they're like,
you see that it all cramped up and...
Yeah, and but this guy's just, nothing. I wonder if he was actually opera trained. He must have been for a voice like that. He must have had some kind of operatic training.
It's a good question. I've listened to it and played plenty of his music, but I never actually looked into him personally. There's never an artist that I was interested in.
Yeah, I'm just wondering if he was operatically trained, because the notes that man could hit, he would make like Michael Jackson look shit. You know what I mean?
Listen, when I watched that Netflix show about We Are the World, Michael was actually in there trying to write it with the other guy, and he was literally humming things and recording them, and then the little ad-lib stuff when they first got to the studio to try it out. That boy can fucking sing. I mean, I know that he's had, hundreds of songs that were popular.
Excuse me. Oh, excuse you.
But there are just so many people out there that can truly have a gift of God to be able to sing whatever they want.
Like an angel on them.
Yes. Then there's other people like Tim McGraw that can't sing or shit without technology.
I've seen Tina Turner live many years ago. She can sing live. By God, she got a voice. Wow. Sounded exactly like she did on the record live. Exactly. Like, what the hell? How?
It's like Lady Gaga.
Why?
Have you ever heard Lady Gaga sing a cappella? That girl can frickin' sing. She was like, she had to be in the choir as a kid. She can belt out notes that I never imagined somebody could do.
Good singer. Fantastic singer. You see, some people are, some people aren't.
What's this? What's this? Can he just label you E-Juice's anal lube and bring it to Australia?
No problem, mate. Flavored anal lube. I can do that. That's if you pay for the flight, of course.
What the heck? We got scrolled up to the top. Missed out on A Bastard. A Bastard's been dropping comments all over the place. Question. Before hashtag Black Market Butler bans everything next month over here, what peach concentrate should I be looking for? Unfortunately, those are the only two that I can recommend is the white peach. I think that's Flavora or Flavor Art. And then Flavor's peach tastes just like a peach, juicy peach. More so than TFA's juicy peach. But TFA's juicy peach has been around forever. Yeah.
There you go.
That's what I had with TFA's. The bubblegum's really good as well from Flavors. Got a 500 milliliters of TA peach. TFA peach. Nope.
2 or 3 months, Jesus.
I have to bring up my list. Instead of me hunting and do the hunt and peck method. Speaking of which, Paul gave us his recipe. There's chocolate banana bread. It's gone.
Holy shit. Was that good?
I fired that up after the show last week. It's gone. Is that good? Holy shit, is that good? So now I'm into donuts for brekkie. And this is a perfect transition from this. Chocolate banana bread. I'm spoiled for choice, mate, with all this stuff we got here.
Yeah, mate, you're ruined. Absolutely ruined.
The only difference between his recipe and mine is I did 70-30. He originally did 80-20.
Hi, BG.
So naturally, the 70-30 is going to have more flavor potential.
I don't mind 80-20, like, I don't mind. It's just close.
No, I don't max VG. I don't have a problem with max VG. But especially when you're DIYing it, you want to start off with the 70-30 so you get that intense flavor. And if it's too much, then you just go with an 80-20. Some of them, they crank the flavoring percentages up so high that you need an 80-20. Otherwise, some of the flavors are just too punchy.
Well, that
they do that so you can put it in a pod.
Yeah, that Butter Vapes one, that used to always be max VG, but it was still 80-20. It wasn't like max. And that used to be really good because the flavor they used to up the flavor with the I used to vape that for fun. I could drink it and then would vape it. It was fantastic juice.
So I do have a bunch of peaches. This white peach from Flavor Art is fantastic. I've used a couple recipes of that. The Capella peach with stevia is more of a subdued peach. It doesn't taste like a fresh peach. It's kind of like artificial peach. And it's one of those ones just like the TFA one where you got to let it sit for a while. TFA more so than Capella. I forgot about Liquid Barn. I haven't used that one since I first got the starter kit and was trying them. And I apparently have a Wonder Flavors Juicy Peach. I haven't tried that one yet. And I haven't tried this Blueberry Peach Pastry either from Purellum. I'll have to give those a try this week. I'll get back to you next week on that. That's my project for today. Where's my list? News, EVJ.
Wow, this is
Perfect.
Give that a try, eh? You also
Boom
said
mics have rules, yeah.
Yeah, boom mics rule. I'm surprised.
Next week, Hunky sounds like a chipmunk. You can do that.
No, but you
and the
must
mic
have
the
a shot.
cooking announcers use. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've got a shotgun. You must have a shotgun mic kicking them out that you can use for an overhead, sure.
Yeah. But you'll get room resonances in this that you phase issues. Those are the noise canceling things in here. The problem is when you use this indoors in a small room, it creates phase issues because sound bounces off of walls and hits it at different times, and it just sounds warbly.
Have you not got like a foam pad to get over it, like?
Well, yeah, but it doesn't change the physics of how sound goes through here. You're taming some of the high end with the foam, but the bass still causes the phase issues. This is perfect for outside.
Outside one, yeah.
Or if you're in a big room. Like if my old bedroom, I could get away with using this. As long as I was facing away from the wall. But not indoors. Can't use this indoors.
I mean, forgive me ignorance, but with you being in a smaller room, like echo, I wouldn't have thought would have been such a big problem.
It's a bigger problem because the time to bounce back is shorter.
Ah, got you.
So the time difference between bouncing off of this wall and this wall is very close together, and that's what causes the phase issues.
Ah, okay. Because like I thought, like the opposite. You know, like when you're in a big room, you think you get more echo in a big room rather than a small room.
But it doesn't matter in a big room because by the time it hits that wall and comes back, the microphone's vent holes that are in the side that are actually phase adjustment will cancel out. Because it'll come from this side and this side, and the side difference causes them to cancel out. That's one of the things about audio is if you were to take and reverse an audio signal, pump it through the same volume, the waves will cancel each other out and it'll be flat. It'll be zero.
Ah,
that's how noise cancellation works.
The science behind it, I suppose, eh? Probably that's why I can get away with what I've got here, because my room's...
You got tall ceilings.
Yeah, huge. Absolutely ginormous.
This room is basically 2.5 meters by 2.5 meters. By 2 meters tall. Maybe 2.5 meters tall.
Wow. That's small.
Yeah, so I had to put up a bunch of sound treatment and stuff to absorb as much as I can. But those only work to a certain frequency, and below that you need to go thicker. Well, I'm not taking 8 inches away from the dimension of this room. I just wanted to tame it without it sounding dead. And then that's why I use the dynamic mics, because they reject everything except for what comes right at it.
Gotcha. I'm with you, matey. I know what you're kind of saying now, but I mean, with mine, well, hang on, I'll show you the side. I'll try and give you a... Hang on. Try and give you a size of this room if I can sort we're out. Because all of a sudden my screens have gone all over the shop. You get over there, you little bar. Why is my YouTube screen come back over here, you little bitch? If I go, let's see, it's Prism 2. No, it's Prism 1. Hey, you see that, can you? See where I am. So I'm going to go up now. Going up. There's my ceilings.
Well, you got 12-foot ceilings in your house.
And the rest about 15. That's like the room size. You know, that's my back wall over there. It's quite a large room with very high ceilings, so I can kind of like probably... Oh, there's my clock over there now. Hello. Battery's gone, like, no mind.
Yeah, that's perfect the way you have it set up in there.
That's kind of where we are in this room. It's fucking ginormous. That's just a shit shelf with all the... Seeing that? That is my router. Doesn't it look like the fucking Tower Inferno? It's fucking hideous, isn't it?
Yeah, it's fine.
It's virgin. It's hideous. It's horrible. It's too big. But anyway, there you go. I love this mobile phone thing. It's great, isn't it? Anyway, back to normal. Boom.
Yeah, I got the same thing set up. I got an app for my phone that also does that capability.
It's mint. You can go mobile. I'll probably go out in the street and say hello to everybody, you know. And
The thing about audio is it's so easy to do wrong. It's just like me. I moved the mic 2 inches higher than when I originally set it for. And that was enough for me to clip the first half of it because I was passionate about what I was talking about. And it just, my exuberance caused the audio levels to clip. And then I had to go and use the RX, plugins to try and fix it. So you couldn't tell that I would clip those mics. But once they're destroyed, they're destroyed. The other thing I didn't do is this thing has the capability of recording 6 decibels lower simultaneously. And I didn't have that turned on. Had I had that turned on, everything would have been perfect.
Yeah, you learned.
So now it's changed. It's changed. And that's the cheap Tascam mic that came with it. It's not like a Sennheiser I replaced it with. It'd be so easy to upgrade it. $130 and it would sound much better.
Well, see, I've got that wireless one, but I've just never bothered. I've never really looked into it. I think I've just bought it for the sake of buying it. You know what I mean? Like you do. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be pretty decent. Like, I mean, I looked at a couple of reviews on it, like, but the only thing, the negative point is the range on it. The range isn't as good as what they say it is. As soon as you put a wall between you and whatever, that's it. It's knackered.
Yeah, I used to use plenty of wireless stuff for wireless microphones and stuff when I was doing weddings and whatnot, but this computer is just doing something in the background. I have no idea what it's doing. It just reloaded the whole bumpers and stuff.
Mine's been acting weird lately. It's been something going on.
Everything's virtualized now.
But even when I was on me, I was in DaVinci before, and the actual video clip was on my computer, and I was putting the DaVinci, and it was got media offline. I'm like, get the fuck it there. You know what I mean? Like, then all of a sudden,
I'm on the same computer, the same hard drive. Why can't you find it?
Yeah, and then you'll remove it, and then you put it back in, and all of a sudden, hey, presto, it's there. You're like, what the fuck are you playing at? You're Raji, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Back off. Technology, man, it's a bastard. But yeah, like sound, it's never been one of my strongest points. But like I say, I'm deaf as a post anyway. And reality, as long as I can fucking hear something, I'm married. It's kind of the thing you've got to get used to, you know what I mean? You're deep. Oh, the mic cricket announcers. But the mic cricket now, they've just got the mic under the fucking nose, haven't they? I mean, like it's like.
And that was a fantastic over by Mr. Bothan. He took 3 wickets and he's got an itchy bollock.
They do that to overcome the crowd. When you were that close to the microphone, ooh, perfect.
See, man, like football match commentators, the mic is right
in their face.
Yeah.
And it's attached to their head so that when they turn.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like you see, it's got to be, haven't you? The background noise is a football game or something, 40, 50,000 fans screaming God knows what, you know what I mean?
Okay, when I knuckle tested this one, this was just a juicy peach primary forefront flavor on it. And there was a lot of sweetness to it that isn't translating in this vape.
Ah.
In here, I can definitely tell that it's a peach, and I can tell there's a little bit of sweetness to it. Not as much as it was on the knuckle test. And I'm not really getting those other flavors, but you know how it is with a brand new tank. Especially one like this. You're going to have to break this one in. 24 hours from now, I'll know exactly what this is like.
Like I said, the smoke tanks were more cloud chucking tanks. They weren't exactly flavour chasing tanks anyway, were they? You know what I mean? So, and a decent tank.
It's delicious, though. I'm definitely going to plow through this bottle. It's just.
Yeah.
wish it had more flavor.
You never get that much flavour with a smoke tank. Take us here to a cloud chuckers. One flavour chase. Putting your arbiter, hiding your arbiter, be a different ball game.
Yeah, the only reason I'm not doing that right now is because I need to clean it. My wife says that I should dedicate a segment on the show to me cleaning the coils properly. It's not rocket science. You pull the cotton out, you run it underwater, pull the cotton out of it, dry burn them, take a little toothbrush and, brush it real quick to make sure that there's nothing on it, residual effects.
I've got a very...
Rewick it and you're good to go.
What I use, it's everybody think, oh God, but that, for a very, very small, that's a wire brush. Very small.
No,
very
I don't
soft.
use wire on it. Because that's soft.
It's really soft. Spot on. It does the job lovely. It cleans the thing.
Since I tried making my own Clapton coils and I know how thin 40 gauge wire is, I refuse to use anything on it other than the soft bristle toothbrush. The nylon has much harder time breaking a Clapton, whereas that thing right there, I'd be afraid it was going to tear some of the Claptons.
No, it's really soft, honestly.
Yeah.
I've tried it with hard brushes. With a hard brush, you'll probably damage the coil. You'll take a strand out. You'll fuck it. But then I always get I can bend it over my fingers. It's really soft. It's literally like a toothbrush. It's very soft.
Well, it's probably made up of a bunch of 40 gauge wire.
Yeah.
But this has always worked fine for me. Like I said, my original Arbiter coils lasted 8 months before I finally said, okay, I'm going to be a cheap bastard and actually fix it.
I've still got them coils in that you sent when I set it up. They're still going strong.
Yeah, they taste fantastic.
They're nice little coils then. That'll send us the link for that. I might order some.
Amazon's where I got them from. NNK is the brand.
NNK. I remember that one.
Yep, and they manufacture wire and coils, finished coils in the actual raw wire if you want to make your own.
Have you not tried the ribbon yet?
No, I haven't had a chance to. This week I spent, doing this computer and getting Mom's room cleaned out, moving her computer back over to there. Then I had to transfer OBS onto the new computer after I built it. Plus, since I was doing a gaming build, I had to install all the games on that computer.
So how was the build? Is it done? Is it up and running?
Yeah, that's what is running OBS. That's why I was playing the game at the beginning of the show. Works fine. There's nothing wrong with it.
Good. I'm glad it worked out for you, mate. Like I said, I wasn't sure. Like when like I say with the board that mine was on, I thought, oh, I wonder if he's got a board for it. Because obviously, I don't know if there's any difference between UK and US boards or whatever. I don't know.
No.
I mean, mine's not. It's just a budget board, mate. It's not a top-end board. It's just a budget. Now it's run of the mill. No special.
Yeah, I put the B450 board in there, and that's because I wanted to make sure that I had, a couple slots, PCIe slots to expand it, because I want to put in a deck link, DaVinci Resolve deck link, and I want to put one that's got, the 2 in and 2 out, so I can literally, run the feed out of there into this computer and run feeds from this computer into that one. Because my goal is for us to be able to do DIY coil building ourselves. So I'm working on right now on StreamerBot to be able to control both OBSs using the buttons. So we can literally, stream from this computer, but jump onto the cameras that are on that computer for that segment, and then just turn my chair around and switch back to this one.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool, man. I'm very good if you can do that. You'll get
well,
there,
that's
man.
what, like the doggy cams, and like this camera, that's the computer there.
Ah. Looks good, mate. Looks very good. That looks awesome, yeah.
Yeah, works great. And it's the fridge right there that it's sitting on.
Fridge.
Yeah.
Well, I'm pleased. I'm glad you got it sorted.
Yeah. Yeah, it works great. And like I said, I've got that webcam set up on there. The doggy webcam is actually mounted to a magnet that's stuck on the side of the case. And that goes to the, just basically look at the dog beds. And then the sign that's back there, that's also running off of that same computer.
Cool. Way over my head. One computer's enough for me, mate.
All right, well, let's roll that random recipe bumper, and we'll get that.
Oh, yes.
Awesome sauce. See what we can make today.
To enjoy
yeah,
a
it's
better
pretty cool the way I have
alternative.
it set up nowadays. I may have multiple
Sounds
OBS
absurd,
installs
right?
on.
Well, that's exactly what's happening in the world of vaping. Ice cream flavor.
You watching something?
I'm just checking something. Me DaVinci Resolve was rendering, so it's
Flavor
now
ban
rendered.
raises.
It's rendered. So my computer might run a bit better now because there's no rendering going on anymore.
Oh, I didn't even notice there was any issues with yours.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed actually because normally it does slow down, but I've been making.
We didn't check out your buddy Jonathan Pye. We'll have to come back to him after our random recipe.
Yes, I've done a. Well, I'll show you a little snippet of it, but I've done an AI video using AI. And that's where I am. It's about basically the vape ban in the UK. I mean, I don't know if the
It's a question of personal freedom. Adults should
kind of like what I've been doing,
the potential risks and benefits of vaping. Ensure regulations protect consumers without stripping them of their personal choices.
By AI,
Every voice
not me.
counts.
AI.
Speak up against the vape flavor ban. Because in a
Everything was
world where
AI.
we can't choose our vape flavors, what's next? The call, therefore, is for voices to rise against the vape flavor ban.
There you go.
Stand up
Isn't
for
that
informed
cool?
choice, for harm reduction, and for a healthier
That's all
future.
done by AI.
Today, make your
All
voice
AI.
heard. Speak up for your right to choose,
Everything
for your
is
right
AI
to a
on
safe
that.
alternative to
I'll double up
smoking.
AI the day.
Together, we can ensure that the vape flavor ban becomes a thing of the past. But let's not forget,
The only
it's not
thing is
just the
there's some
youth who
fucking
vape.
stupid
Many
fucking
mature
watermarks
adults have
on
turned to
that I couldn't get
vaping
out,
as a
but-
safer alternative to smoking. These individuals,
That's
often
kinda-
overlooked in the heated debate, are the silent majority. They've made the switch,
Kinda what's gonna
trading
be going
harsh
up on my
tobacco
channel
for
very
flavored
soon.
vapes. For them, it's
All
not
I've
just
done
a
was I just like generated the script. I've just fast forwarded a bit there, but
It's good.
vaping community. Their voices, their choices, and their rights matter. In the end, the vape flavor ban
Basically,
affects us
that's-
all,
it's my
but it
little
hits the
bit of,
silent majority the hardest.
my little bit
Imagine
of
a world where the
advocacy,
freedom to choose your favorite ice cream
From me to-
flavor is taken away.
I made a little advocacy video using AI.
I like it.
The only thing is, like, you get all these free AI tools, but they use like Shutterstock and iStock, and you just get fucking watermark unless you pay for it.
So
you know what I
what?
mean? But I ain't paying for shit like that. But yeah, I've just made a little. It'll be coming up on my channel soon. I've just been finessing a little.
You would be surprised how many times I've watched videos that they had stock footage in it like that, you know, and stock pictures and whatnot. People don't care. It's more about the content, the summary of the content, not about whether you use stock footage or not, whether it's watermarked or not. They don't care about that. If the message hits home, nobody gives a shit about the stock footage or not.
Yeah, I used I went for ChatGPT to make a script.
Yeah.
You know, I typed in what I wanted exactly. It generated the script. I edited the script. I mean, it was not. I mean, there is a little bit of human interaction. Generate the script, drop the script in, made the video of the script. And I did change some of the pictures because some of the fucking watermarks were just you couldn't use them. They were ridiculous. And yeah, I thought, fucking, why not?
You know, I was thinking over this past week. Remember last week we were talking about how, and I even got a comment on last week's live. Robert left us a comment about it, about how he sees the displays as well. When you're out and about and you come across a display, you should take a picture of it for us to take and see what you're talking about.
Yeah, definitely will. Definitely will. I'll do that.
And I'll take a jaunt next door and I'll take a picture of their display too, and we can compare and see what the displays are like there versus here.
Probably
it'd be interesting.
Set of shops I like, but fuck them. I'll do a couple of shops of them out.
You don't have to show anybody's face or anything. I just want to see what the display's like. You don't even need to tell us what shop it was. They're all pretty much the same, though.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, that was me. I wasn't trying to like knock it all on the head, period. But I think it's kind of what they've done with cigarettes, even though it didn't make the slightest fucking difference. But it's to show that the retailers are like taking some responsibility rather than just that's kind of where I was going with it. You know what I mean? Rather than.
No, I totally understand where you're coming from. We have always had a PR problem with vaping.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to see vapes behind a counter shut, locked up, you know. I've got no problem with them. But if it's, you know, like you say, you're walking, they're the shops where a mom can take a child in, and as soon as the child walks in, that's in their face. So that's
yeah, but I've always had a different opinion when it comes to the children. I am under the fruition that you cannot lie to your children all their life and expect them to constantly walk the line and toe the line as a good adult.
No. Like we were kids once. We fucking crossed the line tons of times. We know.
Yeah. So why do people forget about what it was like when you were a child?
Yeah, that's that. We've done a lot of things we shouldn't have done. But all I'm saying is like it's just showing that the retailers, because let's face it, all these corner shops and garages are where they're getting them. So
yeah, but the corner shops don't give a shit. They could give or take vape. The only reason they sell it is because people want to buy it. People ask for it, so they have them and they put them for sale, so they make a couple bucks.
That's what I was kind of mean, like them kind of shops that they've got to have them not on display as such. It may help, it may not, but it's, you know.
Here in the States, looking at the history of the whole thing, the vape shops complied. All went to computer digital, driver's license had to be scanned in order to even ring somebody out. They did everything 100% right. The problem is the little corner gas station or a little corner shop or the computer shop that decides to sell vapes. They don't give a shit about the laws or whether it's for sale or not for sale. All they know is that's their way to make an extra buck off of whoever walks in.
All I'm just saying is just like, you know, for the general, you know, if they can keep the authorities happy by doing what they say and still being allowed to sell these products, then, you know.
And from the USA's perspective, let me tell you, they did all the concessions. Every time that, they got brought in front of the legislature, they took and they were conciliatory the whole time. Yes, we need to keep it away from the kids. We'll do driver's checks. We'll do this. We'll do this. We'll hide them, in the back of the store. You have to be an adult to even come in, blah, blah, blah. Where did they get them? Nowhere. Because that's not where the kids were getting them anyway.
I think the UK and the US are two total different scenarios. You know, US with the way they managed to they were out to hunt them, period. It didn't matter what you're doing. You could have stuck up your asshole. They would have they were there to get you. They were out to get you or whatever. And they still are.
Well, from what I saw, from what I've seen so far, the Labour Party's the same as it was in the United States. The Labour Party's out to get vaping.
They definitely, I totally agree with you. Totally, because there's backbenchers that don't want it, there's front benchers that don't want it. So, but then again, you know, judging by what happens now with the Tories in, with the shit they put in now, they're going to ban disposables. But fair enough, you know.
Okay,
I can see
that's just one piece. So be it.
I can see both sides of that. I can see both sides of that. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, that's what all the underage people are kind of going for. But on the other side of the coin, there's more adults using them as well. So what the fuck are them guys going to do? But that's another story. But if the Tories implement it first, is Labour going to implement more, or are they just going to say, right, they've done that, we'll go? We're doing
I don't see them. I don't trust the politicians as far as I can throw them.
I haven't, like I say, we do need to take control on the disposables. I totally agree with that. You know, the young ones are getting them. I'm totally agree with that.
And we can come back to this in a year once they've banned disposables. And guess what? The kids are still going to have disposables. Guarantee you.
Yeah. But when they start to chase flavors for the minority, that's nah. I don't agree with that. Because it is a minority when you think about it. It is a minority compared to the amount of people that, you know, adult vapors and adult users that are using it perfectly legal. Why should we suffer because kids are being arseholes and fucking buying fucking gay that they shouldn't be buying? Why should we suffer? It's all wrong, man. Bullshit.
It is wrong. But they're going to do it anyway.
Oh. It's looking that way, isn't it?
And my curiosity is going to be how many people actually stand up to fight against it. Against the prohibition.
This is the thing, because, like you said, I mean, like obviously that video you done of Vic, you know, he's done a couple of more since, and he's sitting there thinking, I'm trying to do something and nobody else is doing something, and he's saying, well, what's the fucking point? That was kind of what he said at some point. I says, well, because he picked up on UK VIA with the membership money they're taking, and a guy posting on a public freaking raise me money for a solicitor bullshit. You're like, fucking hang on a minute. He worked out by getting about £500,000 a year off companies who have got the full subscription.
Just for their yearly dues.
Yeah, just for the yearly dues. So the companies are paid about 10 grand a piece a year, like big businesses, vape manufacturers, and yet they've got somebody with cap in hand. 75 grand for a fucking lawyer. Where's your money going? That's the question.
The money is going to pay for the staffing at their organization.
Staffing my arse. The people that run them are multi-billionaires now, man. They're millionaires. They're living the life of Riley.
Like the rest of society.
That's what takes over.
The vape industry is not unique in this aspect of things. How many vape companies came here, made a freaking mint, and then bailed at the first sign that things were going to get shut down?
Oh, no doubt. Why do you think all this disposable? They're making a fortune of them. No, they a lot of companies will quite happily walk away from that now because they made the money. No problem. I'm fine. I've made my million. See ya.
Yeah.
Good fuck, man. Money, money, money.
But I mean, the vape industry was doomed to failure eventually anyway, because the whole purpose of it was to get rid of combustible smoking. Yes, once you get rid of combustible smoking, a percentage of the people are going to quit using it after, 5 years, 10 years, whatever. So it's never going to be like big tobacco was, ever. Even if it stayed in mom and pop hands. And eventually we're going to wither its way down. There's a fundamental of economics that, you end up with a top three. Always end up with a top three. Whatever the industry is, there will be 2 or 3 people left when it's all said and done. Your buyouts, your mergers, acquisitions, end up with 3.
I don't care what country or government you're on. If tobacco is making you money, you're gonna keep it. Simple as that. Even when we try to fucking phase it out, while they're making money, do you really see them fucking? Nah.
I'm curious to see what's going to be like in Australia a year from now when they get their ban and everything's all black market.
You know what it is? I bet you nothing much changes if people can access the black market. I bet there's still people just going on as normal because they found their supply and they'll go there just like they would to a normal fucking vape shop and they'll continue doing it unless the law enforcement finds the supply, which Australia will be such a fucking big state in the middle of nowhere, they're not going to find everybody.
They're never going to get rid of it. It's like they never got rid of loose leaf tobacco. You can go buy chop on every street corner in Australia.
Exactly. I mean, what's new? You know, our black market's rife already before we even ban anything, so it's not going to work. It's like you said, prohibition does not work.
I would love to see some statistics done in the UK. What percentage of the vapes that they find in kids' hands are 50 milligram?
Good question. Not your normal.
Not your normal 20 over the corner shop sold stuff.
Yeah. Well,
because with all the bad press right now, even the corner shops are leery about selling things to underage because they don't want to be the next featured headline in the newspaper.
I know the problem at the moment is the ones that are not legal. You know, the 4,500 puffs. I work with the guy. He buys them 10,000 puffs. He's walking with the 10,000 puff one. Them is the ones that's illegal, and yet
you still can get them anywhere.
Yeah, find their way in the UK, wherever. So the ban's going to make it even worse. If you can get them now, you're going to. The price might go up a bit when they're banned, but you'll still be able to get them.
That's all it ever does. That's all the vaping regulations in the United States ever did was drive the price up. When I first quit with vaping, yeah, the stores were expensive, but online, you could get a starter kit like this for $50. And depending on what weekend it is, they might have thrown in a bottle of e-liquid with it for free.
Online
now, you're not going to buy this for less than $90. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I mean, online shopping in general has always been cheaper because obviously there's less overheads of running a brick and mortar store. You know what I mean? Got more overheads, but
not anymore.
Yeah, man.
Not anymore because now they have to pay for courier delivery because this is a tobacco product. They can't send it through the mail. UPS, FedEx all jumped on board and said, okay, well, we're not shipping any of that stuff. Yeah. It still goes through their system, but now it's black market to do it that way. It had to go through a courier network to be delivered to you for your adult signature. It's not as adult signature fee. There's courier shipping as opposed to UPS shipping, which is more expensive. Everything's just more expensive. That's it. But the kids still have it, and the kids' problem is getting worse. No, it's not.
Even if they do out prices, it'll still not stop people. I mean, look at how much the cigarettes have increased. You know, the £15 a pack. Still people smoking. Doesn't put them off.
I remember when, numerous times I'm like, when it gets to $5 a pack, I quit. No, didn't quit.
Never did. We're all the same.
When I started smoking, Grandma's personal choice was less than $1. GPC cigarettes, the nastiest generic cigarettes in the world, less than $1 a pack. When I quit, it was over $12 a pack in New York. So what are we making?
Oh, that's a good question. Just do a fucking develop whatever it is. Pod EIO.
29% flavoring. Fuck off.
That's what it's called. Holy moly.
No, thank you. Let's go a couple pages in.
What are you kind of fancying? Are you fancying a fruit? Are you fancying a dessert? What's your inkling?
Miyagi's has a banana cream.
Oh, Oh. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Check it out. Check
That
it out.
looks really
my
good.
God. Yeah, oh, check that one out.
And I love Miyagi's recipe. His cappuccino's been fantastic. I made 3 or 4 of his stuff already.
Well, that custard you're doing was nice. Miyagi's thingy one was nice. Right. Then excuse me a moment. I need the little boys' room. Be right back.
Hi, mate. All right, we're going to make 60 mils of this. Do I have a 60 mil bottle? I have plenty of bottles, but is that one clean? Yes, that one's clean. Bada bing, bada boom. Voila, perfect. Save. And there's our lovely recipe. So I need banana cream, Bavarian cream, and sweet cream, and vanilla swirl, all TPA. Perfect. Lovely. Get our secret sauce. Start off with that, 3.7. Close enough. Banana cream. It has a hint of banana cream smell to it, but it's also got kind of a chemically note.
Oh.
2.14.
There you go. Sorry, but I just swung by the kitchen on the way back and grabbed a slice of pizza.
Nice.
Lovely. I'm not eating kebab meat, no way, not for a while now. Like I said, I was ill last week off his fucking diet.
The wife made a couple burgers yesterday and some cheese stuffed pretzels. Something simple. The day before, she made homemade Alfredo with tortellini, cheese tortellinis. Oh, is that to die for?
Well, I got in the kitchen the other day and I made one lovely culinary delight. I made a nice vegetable soup. Oh, it was out of this world.
Nice. For those of you that don't know, the DX means diacetyl removed. So you had the original Bavarian cream recipe, and then they came out with, after the big diacetyl scaremongering. Even though the science showed that, you know, cigarettes have hundreds of times more diacetyl than freaking flavorings than vape juice ever did, they still removed it for the PR. Now we got diacetyl-free flavorings.
I think I said that the actual percentage was minute, wasn't it? In the e-liquid.
Yeah. So what's the point? When vape got bad PR, we gotta comply. We gotta comply to fix the PR. Doesn't fix a damn thing. They're still coming after flavors.
It's all horseshit, man. Horseshit.
0.6 of that. Little super sweet. 0.5% is gonna be 0.9. Who cares? Go over a little.
Quite nice, huh? I can't believe I haven't had a pizza for ages. I haven't had one donkeys. Look at how good they are.
Sweet cream from TFA, also 0.9. I'm gonna use this quite a bit. A lot of recipes had sweet cream in it. A lot of the fruits, that's all they paired it up with was cream.
Oh, without a doubt. Yeah, some peanuts here. Can't get them out.
This will take a couple days. Never, ever in my life did I ever get to experience cream before day 3. Sometimes day 13.
Where it's a steeper, eh?
Yeah. Vanilla swirl is one of those ones that changes over time. It's vanilla-y, but sometimes you get that astringent vanilla, and then sometimes you get the creamy aspect of it before it settles in and you get a true vanilla swirl, like a vanilla frosting. But it's nothing like the frosting flavors you can get from Wonder Flavors now. Right on point. Like you took your finger and dipped it in the bowl of frosting. And that's what it tastes like in the vape.
Wow. Precision, my friend, precision.
Some PG. 10.6. Holy moly.
10.6, wow.
That means there isn't a crap ton of flavoring in there.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Very good.
Little swirl. Blend all those PG-based ingredients together.
Oh, man. Flash that. See? Like that. Good job.
$52.97.
I spilled that bottle right up.
Job done.
Sorted, my Sam, sorted.
Now I just need a new label.
Oh, yes. One does need to identify what one is doing.
Because my forgetful ass won't remember what it is tomorrow.
I know that feeling, man. I definitely know that feeling. Wow. Ah, it's fucking warm. Ooh, they're warm.
Talk about it being warm. This room has been roasting. Now that I've got two computers, first off, I upgraded, the CPU in there. That's a 105 watt CPU now instead of a 65 watt. And I went from the 2060 to the 3060 in there. And then your graphics card's in the other one. That's a, 1070.
Yeah.
So even with the 1600 CPU in there, it's only 65 watts. But it's like the two computers running, we're like at 600 watts.
You need to put your heating on, put that way.
Don't need the heat here. Matter of fact, I'm looking forward to turning the air conditioner on.
I'm saying everybody else in your house is freezing their knackers off and you're sitting there like, I'm all right.
I'm having a sauna. I'm getting ready to take my shirt off.
Yeah, I'm going to put the aircon on, dear.
I had the window open the other day. Had the whole house exhaust fan on just to cool this room off.
Wow.
Best thing the wife ever did for me for Christmas was get me that tall stand-up fan. One of those vertical ones. Just put that right in the doorway. Heat the whole upstairs of the house up. You could shut the vents off upstairs now.
Wow, that's good.
We like it normally cool in the house anyway.
We used to have like ceiling fans, right? But I think they've kind of like started making them illegal in the UK because they were dangerous.
What?
On the big ceiling fans, you just get they were classed as dangerous because they were great because in the summer you could blow the air down, and in the winter you reverse them. They bring the hot air back down from the ceiling.
Yeah.
But everybody kept banging their heads up or something apparently because they're all 6'9".
That's crazy.
Looks fun. Everybody had them once upon a time. Everybody. Yeah, look, my ceiling fan. Yeah, very posh. Back off.
Miyagi's Banana Cream, episode 0.3.7. Really been doing this for 3 years now.
No way.
This is the third year.
Get to fuck. No way. Wow.
I'll have to look and see what actual was the first episode that you came out on the show. But I know it was season 1.
No, 3 years, surely. Fucking hell.
Well, I've been doing it for 3 years. You're here for 2 now.
Yeah?
This is the beginning of the third year. Let's put it that way.
Wow. Fucking hell.
You've been doing this with me
that-
for 2 years, putting up with my ass every single week.
Works both ways, mate. Works both ways.
We're like two peas in a pod. That's the problem.
Big problem.
We think the same on a lot of things.
Definitely.
What's funny is when you were talking about your garage and about how you've got parts for cars you don't even have anymore. I'm like, you want me to go downstairs? I got the same problem you do.
I need to go up there and have a clear out. I really do. I think I could probably empty my garage with all the old parts. It would probably be half empty. It would be so clean and tidy. Terrible, man. Terrible for hoarding. I don't know why, but I just kind of keep things I think I'll use them. Banana cream.
That's going to be beautiful. Kind of like this one was.
I think it's going to be a steeper, like, with the creams in it. Like, I think you're going to be having to steep that, lad.
Yeah, look, when it gets to be that color, that's when I'll know it's done. It's not there yet.
Not quite.
I think this one's ready.
Oh, that looks nice. Well, oh yes. Well, out of all the stuff I've got in my little box up here, that's all that's left. Out of all of it, that is all that's left out of everything. It's all gone.
I'm sorry, mate. I only sent you, what, 4 bottles this year?
Oh,
because you had all 190 some bottles there, so I quit, worrying about what else to put in there.
Them are crap. They're commercial shit, man. They're now them. But that, wow. I think because them flavors there are just phenomenal. That's why they just didn't last long. You know yourself, when you find something that's good and you just use a daily vape and you just can't put it down, you can't throw it like wildfire, do you know what I mean? But I do tend to sit when my bottles get to that, and that, because normally like I go out and about, and when I get to that, say, oh, no, that's not going to last us the day. It's going to be like tank or two tops, and I always keep the bottom bit for drippers in the house, and that's where we are. So that's where we are. That's the last thing that's going to be drippers, my friend.
I'll tell you what, the Southern Peach Double Delight, you may not get the scent that you're fully expecting. Yes, you get the peach aspect of it, but it's not like a fusion of odors, right? The flavor, I can't get over the flavor. I'm sitting here drinking this freaking latte stuff, right? Every time I drink it, it's that heavy cream and latte and coffee aspects to it. I went from the maple pecan one to now just a regular, vanilla latte.
Yeah.
This punches right through that.
Really?
I can't get over the fact that I'm going from that to a peach. And it literally cuts right through on my taste buds.
Wow. You can kind of tell it's a good juice when you put it in a not so good tank and it still tastes good. Then again, I mean, I never really had, the only problem I had with smoke tanks was the leaking shit and the coils. I mean, when they were going, they were good. They were all right.
Well, that's the problem with this one is because of how comfortable and ergonomic it is. This never left my side. 24/7, 365, and that's what killed it. When I was working on my car, I should have known better than to take a fucking touchscreen glass front mod outside on the vehicle I'm working on.
No. That's a bad idea. Should have took something like the Aegis Legend or something. So if you did knock it out, you're not going to fall.
Or like the Jackaroo. This is an indestructible freaking mod. Or like the Geek Vape, the L200 or the Aegis Legend. Indestructible.
That's my daily workhorse, the Endura, from Topo. That's what I take out to work. That's what I take to work every day. Batter it, bash it, boom it, ball up. The screen's a bit scratched, but it never broke. It's been dropped, it's been picked up, it's been hide about.
You know what the best part is? They included a cock ring.
Oh, the cock ring. Oh my God.
The problem is they didn't include one for the mod. Man, is this thing tight. Holy crap.
I think they're supposed to be tight so you can sustain whatever it is you need it for a bit longer.
We got pills to do that nowadays. There you go.
I'm still more of a natural guy, if you can help it. Like, fuck the tablets.
Hey, that doesn't even look bad on there.
Right, the guy I once knew who took a Viagra and he choked on it. You know that. Got a stiff neck.
Not for oral use.
He got a stiff neck. Oh my God. That's a barrel scraper.
Nah, not even close.
Tried. It's no worse than some of the crap you bloody pull up. I tell you, it's no worse than some of the barrel scrapers you get.
See? She has to rub it in. Mallory Gates has to rub it in. My Dovpo MVV2, just another tank. Never have to worry about it. See, when I was at Brick City Vapors, I passed up on one. I thought about it. The price was right. I had the cash. I'm like, I don't need another ancient mod.
Oh, but you do. Look at that bad lad. That is the MMB. Beautiful tank. Beautiful, beautiful thing. MVV mod.
Now the two yins are ganging up on me.
Oh, just look at that, man. Oh, yeah. And it's...
I have to give her a call. When I go back, when I go take my mom back, I'm going to pick that sucker up.
It's awesome. Honestly, you'll love it.
And we have our new fact checker, Mallory Gates. The worst diacetyl in e-liquid was like 9 micrograms versus a cigarette that's 6,718 micrograms of diacetyl.
Holy fuck.
But they still got rid of diacetyl because of the PR. Forget about the facts. You don't need to worry about facts. It's irrelevant.
Like I said, for you guys in the USL, they were just out to get you from day one. I think it didn't matter what you did, they were out to get you.
Yeah, well.
Didn't matter what concessions you made, what you tried to do, what this you were going to do, they just fucked you right off. Which is a damn shame.
Dr. Brian King can fuck right off. It's his idea.
All wrong. Well, it takes one, doesn't it? Set the ball rolling, bastards. Fucking arseholes, man, honestly.
Yeah, his Department of Science came to him and said, look, these menthol pods should be sold with these other products. Nope. Send a denial letter now. He should not have the power to do that.
Nah.
Especially when you got his freaking boss that's going around saying, we're going to follow the science. Biden says, we're going to follow the science. Bullshit. You're following the corporate interest.
Never did follow the science. It's like what I've always said. It took the US 10 years to understand the science that the Royal College of Physicians told you, they tell you that cigarettes kill you. Nah, we're fine. It took us 10 years to realize hang on, they're probably right. It does kill you. And then
hey, Kenny, did you hear about the Amish hooker? She was seeing 8 Mennonites.
Come on. Typical Mallory, yeah? Wow.
Be who you are. That's what I say. Be who you are.
I think that to sum up what happened in your part of the world, vaping came along. They never thought now of the beginning. And all of a sudden, bang, it fucking took off. Cigarette sales fell. MSA bullshit fucking fell. They thought, we need to do something. And the rest is history.
Yeah, and it's not just there. I mean, it's not just the MSA payments here in the States. Your tax coffers are suffering as well.
Oh, without a doubt.
And it's scary for me knowing how much the politicians follow the money, because eventually the healthcare costs are going to dip. The savings in healthcare costs are going to reach their maximum potential, and the tobacco taxes are going to reach their point where it crosses over and it's no longer saving them money. It's going to cost them money. Are we there already? Is that why they're changing their position? To protect the kids?
Like I said, we're a different kettle of fish. Our health service funded by the taxpayer and the government, so we always thought it was in their kind of best interest, to promote the shit. But it's been a big fucking 180, hasn't it? For whatever reason. The kids, apparently. I'm just wondering what is really going on.
for a country to literally promote unofficially.
Give away starter kits.
Yeah.
To 20% of the smoking population. And then start tighter regulating things?
It's like
what?
There's a rabbit away. There's a rabbit away somewhere. Somebody's thinking, hang on.
And it's going to come out in the end.
It will.
There's going to be a new, Edward Snowden, or what's the other guy that's locked up right now, the WikiLeaks.
Right. Well, he's getting some kind of appeal going in now for his extradition to America because they're after him for whatever he did in America. He leaked some.
He's a hero. I'm sick and tired of the lies being covered up.
Exactly. What's wrong with somebody uncovering the truth? See, that seems to be the thing. If you report the truth, uncover the truth, you're suddenly out of favour. Look at the shit that Tucker Carlson's getting now as backlash for doing the Putin.
Because of the agenda. We got to protect the agenda.
Yeah, everybody's calling him a traitor now. Fucking hell, you a traitor? You interviewed a fucking bloke to find out what's going on. What's wrong with that?
He's a true journalist in my book. I had my questions early on, because of the way he leaned about this and the way he leaned about that. And then as time went on, the more I actually caught on to his topics, it's like, he doesn't lean. He tells you the way it is. And you take it or leave it. Doesn't matter to him one way or the other. That's what journalism used to be about. Here's the facts. Here's the proof. You decide what to make of it.
They put the information in front of you for you to make a decision how you're going to take it. That was the point of it. Now it's you.
Walter Cronkite every night in the news. He's like, that's the way it is. And said the date. It's up to you to decide and interpret the news the way you want to interpret it. It's just his job to give you the facts.
Yeah.
Now it's not about facts. It's about agenda. What's malinformation? What's misinformation? And when is a blatant, outright lie in the best interest of everybody?
I mean, like you say, like with Trump, he's always blabbing on about false information. But when you think about it, he's kind of right on one. In a way, he is right in one sense. Even though I wouldn't put him down as a politician, but he's kind of right.
This is Kenny's fault. Recession hits. Recession hits. Jonathan Pye. Neil Pitts, hello and welcome.
This guy
week of economic woes for the government. However, as recession hits the UK, the Prime Minister says his economic plan has started to deliver.
What a load of horse shit. Who did deliver? For his nanny? Gave him a blowjob?
Oh,
deliver what? A shit in the post? An eviction notice? A terminal cancer diagnosis? What exactly is it you're delivering, Mr. Sunak? What you appear to be delivering is a recession. What you're delivering is a record 2.1 million people regularly using food banks, with the number of children in food poverty doubling in the last year. 7.6 million patients on.
And that's after it doubled in the last 3 years since before COVID.
Exactly.
And it just doubled again? So where are we at? 6 times now?
NHS waiting lists. This is not a record to be proud of. It's a source.
That's exactly what you just got done telling us about. The waiting list for cancer treatment.
7.1
national
million.
Shame. What are you delivering, Mr. Sunak? Dead flowers, gone off milk, an aborted fetus? What?
Prohibition for vaping. That's what he's delivering. For the big tobacco companies and the big pharmaceutical companies, they're going to profit off of the number of people that get cancer when they go back to smoking cigarettes.
You're delivering, Mr. Sunak, is profit. Whilst 7 million households choose to go without heating, British Gas sees a tenfold leap in profits from...
That's crazy.
British Gas have just announced a £750 million profit.
Tenfold increase in profit while half the country is deciding whether or not to turn the furnace on tonight.
Exactly.
72 million to 751 million. 751 million pounds, which is just a tiny bit more than the Prime Minister and his wife's net worth. Welcome to the last 14 years with an economy run by a series of multi-millionaire grifters, one of which was a known tax dodger, one of which blew a £30 billion hole in the economy, and if the rumours are to be believed, the present multi-millionaire Chancellor is about to deliver further cuts to public services in favour of tax cuts. I mean, when in the last 14 years have you not been cutting public services? There's nothing left to cut.
That's exactly what it is here in the States, too.
Yeah, nothing left to cut. He's cut everything to the bare bone.
And here's how bad it is. The food stamp program here in the United States actually generates fucking revenue for the government. For every dollar that they give to somebody to go buy a fucking plate of food, a fucking bushel of bananas, a fucking gallon of milk, generates $1.56 in income for the fucking government. But we need to cut that program. Get all these freeloaders to go to work.
Holy shit.
Social care, health care, child care, elderly care, any care about anything whatsoever, unless it's profit. All you care about is profit, business. And I mean big business, not small business. Last year, the UK had the most small business insolvencies since the 2008 crash. The 2008 crash that Rishi Sunak helped cause and profited from greatly.
What?
Yep.
How the fuck did he become in office now?
Exactly. I think he was he Chancellor then? He might have been Chancellor or something. Yeah,
I know what it is. He's trying to outdo Trump. Trump built the most number of buildings that got declared bankruptcy on during its construction, so he didn't have to fucking pay the people that actually built the fucking building.
Exactly. They're all fucking...
That bears his fucking name.
They're crooks, man. The lot of them.
Look it up. Yeah, there's nothing left to cut. The rail system doesn't work. It's fucked. Oh, no, it isn't. Look at these profits. The water and sewage system in this country doesn't work. No one voted for Brexit so they could take their daily morning dump, safe in the knowledge it'll be floating in the English Channel by tea time.
Nice!
It's true, because we've had a lot of news reports. They're seeing excess rain where they've been actually dumping raw sewage into rivers and seas, seeing it's an overflow. Bullshit.
I thought that only existed here in the States, where they mandated that the sewer system had to be completely separate. The storm sewer and the sewage sewer had to be dissolved. You had to run them through separate pipes, because here we've got, big massive hills, and they dig this one big massive drain pipe down the middle of the frickin' hill, down the middle of the road, and they just put up a little brick wall in the middle of it to separate the two. So when you got a massive rainstorm, it would overload the sewage, the storm sewer side, and wash its way into the sewage side until that got overloaded, and then they all got washed into the river.
Yep, but they're doing that. They're doing that quite regularly, apparently, and not getting away with it.
So now I could go jump in the River Thames and grab a couple logs. And since poverty's so bad over there, we might as well feed it to the homeless. Here's your bangers and mash for tonight. Don't ignore the funny taste of the banger. It's not the log you were expecting.
Exactly. Wow, man.
Yeah, but look at these profits. What are you delivering on? Education, making a conscious choice not to invest in education to the point where schools are crumbling, whilst massively racking up the private cost of further education, and at the same time giving private schools tax breaks, when most of your education policy revolves around attempting to stop teachers' rights to strike. You're not delivering on education. What?
My favorite one was the last time he gave his speech, and he was talking about how we were just applauding all the nurses and the healthcare system for dealing with all the COVID sick, right? And now they want to get a little cost of living raise, and we're telling them to go eat the shite that's floating in the river now.
Pretty much.
What are you delivering on? Help for the most needy? When you outsource the benefits office and the benefits helpline to a private company whose main motivation is profit.
Kind of like the United States did with the prison system. Used to be run by the state. Now it's all run by corporations.
They outsource all the benefit systems to like a separate private corporation who, like, people who genuinely need these help are getting fucked off, and the people that are fucking milking it are getting everything. It's just barbaric, man. It's just crazy.
Well, then here in the States, the journalists are sitting there scratching their balls and their tits sweat because they can't understand why all of a sudden we've got an inrush of judges that are being caught, being paid off by the prison corporations to get more people sentenced to go to their prisons. And then people are going, why? I don't understand why they would do that. Because we need to run at 99% capacity, otherwise we're not making a buck.
When the private sector decides who deserves help and who doesn't, the government is essentially saying it can't do its job, that it's given up on delivering. We are constantly being told by multi-millionaires that there isn't enough money. That if you can't live off 40p a day, you're not trying hard enough. That homelessness and destitution is a lifestyle choice. There isn't any money. Although they're perfectly happy spending 1.5 billion on a barge full of listeria and 400 million on Rwanda, just for shits and giggles and a favourable headline in the Daily Telegraph. 400 million! But apparently, when it comes to child poverty, there isn't any money. We all need to tighten our belts.
That's so true.
That's a travesty.
He's pushing this just with the refugee system. He's trying to send them all to Rwanda, and he's pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed it. So there's some kind of deal going on there, and it's cost the taxpayer £400 million from to do that. Wow. Fucking just wow.
That's like last week I saw how much they're actually now going to be sending over for the war effort. And it's not just Ukraine where they're sending the money. They're also sending the money and the contractors and all the businesses and all the bombs that we already paid for that now are going to need to be replaced for the other war as well.
Not to mention the arms that they're also selling to them as well. Actually, the arms fucking dealers are making a fucking killing.
But we don't have enough money for poverty or homelessness or any of that other stuff.
The US, as I'm saying, the US is the same. They're pledging millions of pounds to the Ukraine war and all that and backing them all. This is the thing, the Ukraine war, it's a war they're not going to win. They're not going to win it. It'll go on for fucking years and years and years. Just like Syria. That's went on for years and years and years. Nobody gives a shit about Syria.
Mate, it's not about winning the fucking war. It's about having the military contractors busy, collecting more contracts from the government.
Exactly. That's what it's about.
I saw an article the other day that said they spent $96 billion on this freaking war, all these wars overseas, right? $96 billion. You know what $96 billion would be able to do? You could eliminate homelessness and poverty in this fucking country for $20 billion. And what are you going to do with the rest of the fucking money? You could have taken that $66 billion and gave everybody fucking health care. Exactly. But no, we're not going to do that. Sorry, there's not enough money for that. We got to spend it on bombs.
Yet to see it. But yet they're saying they're not going to go to war with Iran or Iraq or wherever it is, but they've got 45,000 US troops sitting there ready to fucking go. Really? Fucking hell, man. All fucking shit.
This shit gets me so fired up.
It boils your piss, man, honestly. What they are financing, what they're not financing, then, like I said, there's no money. Okay. Righty one. You just sit there in your billionaire's mansion, mate, and not worry about everything. Fucking unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Nobody trusts politicians in this day and age. Nobody. Wouldn't give a fuck what you say. Nobody does. Not now.
I'll tell you who trusts politicians. Corporations trust politicians because they know that they shove the suitcases up their ass for re-election time to make sure that they, vote their way. And then when they get found out for voting a certain way all the fucking time, then they get to be a new board member at some new fucking corporation. It's a subsidiary of the corporation that they've been fucking sending money to the whole time.
It's fucking crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. Honestly, fucking mind-boggling. Mind-boggling the way these fuckers think. Absolutely mind-boggling.
Utterly preposterous. Truly is.
It just feels like it just feels like you're pissing in the wind. No matter what you do, you're just pissing in the fucking wind. No matter what cause you're fighting for, you're pissing in the wind. Absolutely crazy.
All right, Russell, what are you doing? What's going on? We haven't checked out what you're doing.
Free speech is in full swing. How do I know? Take a guess.
Oh, Russell's still on top form, like, he's still doing it. Talking about that guy who...
Julian Assange. Julian Assange.
Yeah. He suddenly died in a Russian jail. Oh, that's a surprise.
Leader Alexei Navalny has caused an outcry in the West, as well as calls for further funding for Ukraine in their war against Russia. What, though, is the position of the West when it comes to outspoken critics of establishment policies, whether it's Gonzalo Lira or Julian Assange? Where's that conversation? Let's have it now.
He's fucking great, man. I love working this guy. I'm right into this guy, like, really right into him. Fucking Cameron.
Are condemning is so similar to their own conduct.
Sent him to a Arctic penal colony, and now he's tragically died. And we should
Sent him to an Arctic penal colony, and he suddenly died.
No shit, Sherlock.
We sent the semen samples out to the lab. We'll find out shortly who was the one that actually molested him while he was there.
hold Putin accountable for this, and no one should be in any doubt about the dreadful nature of Putin's regime in Russia.
That's what true morals and principles mean, that the values and principles can be applied to any situation. They're not used as a weapon. Aha! Right, this guy's dead. Brilliant. Remember, we hate Putin, don't we? And we can use this to amplify our narrative that we should perpetuate this profitable war. If they were real principles, they would be talking about Julian Assange and Gonzalo Lira in the same way. Oh yeah, should Julian Assange really be in Belmarsh? He hadn't had a trial or anything. Those would be the kind of conversations you'd hear David Cameron or Joe Biden publicly having. You won't, and there's a reason for that, isn't there?
You know, like millions of people around the world, I'm literally both not surprised and outraged by the news.
I'm not surprised and outraged by the news that I had to have an enema this morning because I had beautiful cheese raviolis last night and I could not produce a bowel movement to save my presidency. I hope you don't mind, but I need to sit here and discuss my fecal movements. Let me bring my general in to show you what I mean. What a tosser. Assange is currently languishing in a maximum security prison in London, awaiting a hearing next week that will determine whether he can appeal his extradition to the United States.
See, the truth tellers are being fucking hammered. They're getting chased down and silenced.
Isn't he in another country's consulate?
He's not in the
He's not in London anymore.
No, he's not here anywhere. I think he went to Sweden or something like that. Sweden, Finland, something like that. He went to.
Yeah, but he was actually in a consulate, which is actually foreign soil. Like the Russian consulate here in the United States isn't American soil, it's Russian soil.
Yeah, that's where he was hiding for a long time, but I think they found some law or whatever where they could get him out, because I think what it was, he could only stay there for a certain amount of time, and then he'd have to move on or whatever. I don't know, but I'm sure he left the country. I'm almost certain he fucking did. But that there, right?
He tried to kill him before. They poisoned him, didn't they? They fucking poisoned him. They tried to bump him off before, and he survived.
Yeah.
Well, it just seems so coincidental, and it just adds armor to the West. You know, shit against Putin, really.
Well, you can say whatever you want about him, but we're not innocent either.
The thing is, though, right? I think the thing that's worrying the West now is Russia getting nice and friendly with China, because them two countries, like, combine and start singing the same way. They're the biggest landmass on the fucking planet, with mostly in the power. Wow.
What was I just saying? We're not innocent either. How many prisoners are still rotting in Guantanamo Bay that never had a trial? And you want to trust the government to believe that every single one that's there belongs there?
Nope.
I bet that's what the Germans said about the Nazi encampments. All the prisoners in those Nazi encampments that are starving to death belong there. That's right.
Fucking world we live in, man. Fucking crazy.
All right, what about Tucker?
Legend, man, this guy.
What Tucker learned from surviving a plane crash. How about some real conversation?
I think compared to what he's just done, that's like a bit of a mediocre thing, isn't it? You know what I mean? It's like it's kind of a distraction.
Well, this one isn't. Everything you need to know about the government mass censorship program.
World War I promised us a...
The defining fact of the United States is freedom of speech. To the extent this country is actually exceptional, it's because we have the First Amendment to the Bill of Rights. We have...
I want that microphone. For no other reason than to compare it to the ones I've already got. Is it really as good as everybody says it is? Or is it just the look of it?
Professional broadcasters are using it, so it must be some of it.
Yeah, but the radio stations don't use it. The radio stations use RE20s.
Ah.
The RE320 is way too bright for my taste. That's a nice dark microphone, always has been. But wasn't, I think it was Peter McKinnon or one of those ones, they just 3D printed a holster and they put an SM58 in it. And said that it works the same. I don't know. I got an SM58. I got a couple different ones, even the generic ones. Pile ones make the same exact microphone.
Freedom of conscience. We can say what we really think. There's no hate speech exception to that. Just because you hate what somebody else thinks, you cannot force that person to be quiet, because we're citizens, not slaves. But that right, that foundational right that makes this country what it is, that right from which all other rights flow, is going away at high speed in the face of censorship. Now, modern censorship bears no resemblance to previous censorship regimes in previous countries in previous eras. Our censorship is affected on the basis of fights against disinformation and malinformation. And the key thing to know about these is they're everywhere. And of course, they have no reference at all to whether what you're saying is true or not. In other words, you can say something that is factually accurate and consistent with your own conscience. And in previous versions of America, you had an absolute right to say those things. But because someone doesn't like them, or because they're inconvenient to whatever plan the people in power have, they can be denounced as disinformation, and you could be stripped of your right to express them.
Happens on social media all the frickin' time.
Definitely. Censorship's a big thing, isn't it?
Throttling messaging. Let's go check her out. See if she's still on here. What's her name? See if she's in the feed. Like I caught her earlier. Remember we talked about how the smoking YouTuber?
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's what you mean.
She was in my feed yesterday. Just uploaded a brand new video. I guess Marlboro came out with a new flavored cigarette or something. Should have talked about the new cigarette that came out. There she is. Oh, isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, they're quite happy to just show people smoking their tits up on their fucking YouTube. There you go.
That does not look like a cigarette. It looks a lot browner than I would expect it to look.
Definitely.
You know, I reached out to Daniel and he never got back to me.
Nah, surprise. I think it is the case for most of these YouTubers. You send them a message and you get fuck all back. We used to get that all the time. Especially if you like send invites for guests to shows, whatever. Never heard fuck all.
Somebody reaches out to me, I at least send them a reply. It may not be what they want, but at least, you know, I acknowledge the fact that they reached out to me.
See, it's just nice to get a reply. Just say, look, you know, I can't make it. I'm, you know, blah blah blah. You know,
Or I'm not interested, or that's not my cup of tea, or whatever.
Yeah, fine, absolutely fine. But just nothing. It pisses you off, doesn't it?
I'll tell you who's always gotten back to me. Where is it? Steve.
Yeah, Stevie, yeah.
Anytime I've ever reached out to him for whatever, he's always gotten back to me.
I'm saying, it seems you kind of get on with people on the other side of the fucking planet more than you do in your fucking home country. And to me, it's fucking head scratching.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? I mean, here, I don't get the invites for shows or anything, or guests or anything like that for any of the vape. I'm not that bothered. I don't give a fuck. But, you know, you never get anything. Nothing whatsoever. Same old shit. Yet, here I am now, doing a live show every week with a guy on the other side of the fucking world, practically from me, and you're like...
I just want to make sure you were okay. That's all. You quit uploading for a while, and there was no announcement. There was no nothing. It just disappeared. I want to make sure you were okay.
Nah, just life stuff, you know what I mean? Life gets in the way.
No, I totally understand it.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest with it, it's time. Time is just a thing at the minute with me. I'm just finding time to do stuff. I mean, I've got loads of ideas running through my head for various videos, but like when it comes to sitting down and doing them, I just haven't got the fucking time. You know, I'll start it and then I'll just sit there and then I'll end up, you know, doing whatever. It's just a time thing.
I totally get it. I had to build this computer to replace the one that my mom's was sitting here. And all it does is, you know, Play OBS has a couple webcams hooked up to it. That's it. So I had bought and ordered all the parts, had it for a while. The only thing I needed to order was the case. I finally got the case in, and I'm like, listen, I'm going to do a review on it since I have to do the recording anyway. But people don't realize, you know, it isn't just a matter of sitting down, recording it, and then just uploading that video. You need to edit it. And then you need to tweak the audio so that it all sounds consistent and listenable and clearly you can understand what's there. And you need to point out the things that you didn't talk about when you actually reviewed it, that you came across it, but would influence somebody's opinion on it, whether they would purchase it or not. Like the perfect one for that case, the back tabs, normally when you buy a case that's like $100 or $120, every one of those slots is a slot cover that's put in place. That $60 case, the reason they can sell to you for $60, those slot covers are stamped out on 3 sides.
Yeah.
So when you need to remove one, you need to wiggle it back and forth to break the remaining metal piece on there. And then once you break it out, there's nothing to refill it. They give you one spare. That's it.
That's right, yeah. I've noticed that one. Yeah, I've noticed that one.
For some people, that would stop them from buying it and spend an extra $10 for one that came with the slot covers. So that needs to be documented and pointed out. And since I didn't film that part of it, because I didn't find out about it till I put the graphics card in it, and go, oh, that's tight trying to wiggle that out with the motherboard already installed. That needs to be put into the video.
But them 1070 cards, that big behemoth fucking things for what they are, the one that are fucking huge.
Oh, yeah.
I had one to have in there. I think I had a wireless adapter that sat in the little 2-pin slot underneath where the card sits. I had to take that out. I couldn't get that in with the card because it was that fucking... You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've got those, and I've got the USB PCIe slots that I put in this computer here. You can add some more slots and more bandwidth. It isn't about the bandwidth as much as the controller.
Yeah. It takes up quite a bit of room with them cards. They take up quite a bit of real estate in that out tower, like. Especially if you want, extra stuff for the board, you've got to work your way around that fucking card, haven't you? It's fucking huge. But what it is, it's fucking behemoth, actually. Was that when I looked at it, fucking hell, this is, when you give us that other one, I thought, hang on a minute, that's fucking, this thing.
It's only a 2-fan GPU versus a 3-fan GPU. How's it doing this? Mate, I'm looking to upgrade the 3060 card to a 40 series card. And I was like, okay, well, if I do a 4060, I'm not really improving it that much. I'm unlocking HEVC and AVI encoding, but that's about it. For me to actually improve the performance, I need to go to a 4070 card.
Yeah.
But the 4070 card isn't any bigger than the 3060 card. They're still a 2-fan design. You can buy a 3-fan design of it, but you don't need it. It still only uses one 8-pin power connector. They don't even go to the full wide power connector, the new one. The only time you need that new 12-pin connector that has the small row pins and the big row pins is if you're going to like a 4090, where you're going to exceed 300 watts.
Wow. Ouch. No point, is there?
Dusty's right. It's gonna get a lot worse before it gets to the boiling point, and then shit's gonna hit the fan.
Something has got to give very soon the way it's going on. I think, like I say, when our elections come, probably get voted out. Just out of pure fucking, we've had a fucking enough of you, basically. No, it doesn't. I think it's just fucking shit. I don't give a fuck who I vote for as long as it's not for you. I think that's what's going to happen. Labour will probably piss it, I think. But see, this is where we are. We're in this fucking predicament at the minute, right? Where you've got a Conservative government that's trying to enforce all this shit on vaping, right? Before they lose the fucking term. And then you've got another government's going to come in and think, well, we hate vaping more than them, so should we fucking milk it? Should we fucking leave it? I just don't know where we are. I mean, even if that petition does get to 100,000 votes or signatures, whatever it may be, and they do look at it, how seriously are they going to take it? I mean, the current government are the people that's going to probably look at it first and think, yeah, well, we don't give a fuck, we're going to lose next election, which they probably know. And then Labour's going to think, well, we don't give a fuck either, you know what I mean? So it's a weird situation with it being electoral year. It's which way it's going to swing, because nobody knows which way it's going to swing. If the Tories are trying to ban it, Labour are going to fucking totally fuck it up. It's the common knowledge that they don't like vaping. But on the other side of the coin, for a country that wants to be smoke-free by 2030, blah, 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 and they're starting to fuck about with the most successful thing that gets people off cigarettes. You know what I mean? Okay. Politicians will sort it out. They will get it right in the end. Yeah. Oh, shit. On the other side of the coin, I think it's a good opportunity for the vaping community because just they could turn around and say, right, Labour, if you're going to fuck us up with vape, we're not going to vote you in. So there's so many options at the minute. So many options. But who knows?
I want to know why in the United States can we not get somebody run for president that isn't over the age of 70?
And now there must kind of be regretting voting Biden in now. There must be. Come on, the guy's fucking too old for that shit, man. Really? That is one.
Robert Kennedy is 70 years old. Trump is 77 years old, and Biden is 81.
It just makes you wonder the pressures that there must be under to run a country. How the fuck? You know what I mean? To me, that proves a point. The point being that your American president is just a fucking puppet. He's just the fucking front man. Everything's run from behind closed doors.
He's a puppet with at least a dozen hands up his ass running his mouth.
Yeah, exactly. Because if you can be a president at 81 years old, nah. Everybody thought it was bad when Reagan got in. He was in his, what was he was 70s, 80s when he got in? Everybody thought, fuck me out there. But then again, mate, America, the land of the free, you know, it can happen to anybody. Holy shit, it did.
This is interesting. There's a Wikipedia page exactly about that. George Washington was 57. John Adams, 61. Ulysses S. Grant was 46. Grover Cleveland was 47. Theodore Roosevelt, 42.
How old was he?
Bill Clinton was 46 when he was getting Monica Lewinsky to take care of him in the Oval Office.
How old was Kennedy?
$43.
Kennedy wasn't that old, was he? Kennedy wasn't that old.
He was 43.
43.
Died at 46.
43. Holy fuck, well, got blue.
Theodore Roosevelt was 42.
Wow. Damn. They seem to be getting older and older as time goes on, haven't they?
It's hard to believe during our lifetime that Bill Clinton was the youngest president.
So was Biden the oldest president ever?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Will be. Gotta be. Gotta be, hasn't he?
Let's see, 81. That's what he is now, if he makes it until re-election. Yeah.
Oldest president going, Jesus
68 was William Henry Harrison. James Buchanan was 69 when he left office. Woodrow Wilson was 64. Harry Truman was 68. Dwight D. Eisenhower was 70.
How old was Nixon? He was not old, was he? Nixon, he was not old, was he?
No, he was 61.
61.
Ronald Reagan was 77 when he left office.
Fucking hell. He looked it now.
Can you imagine if he ran for office again? If he didn't have a 2-term limit?
Whoa, what?
I mean, he's dead now, but I mean, if he would have ran for, a 3rd term, he got another 4 years.
I can remember his presidency very well because, like, you had that pub group, Frankie Goes to Hollywood, with 2 tribes go to war when he was obviously with that guy with the strawberry birthmark. I can't remember his name now. What was he called again? Russian president. Oh, fuck me, it's gone over here. He had the strawberry birthmark when he's Gorbachev, that was it. They were like fucking dancing around each other at the time, weren't they? So, but Spit and Image took the piss out of them as well. Like a comedy program over here, they used puppets, and they took the piss out of them big style. Had them both in the boxing ring, fucking battering each other in the boxing ring. It was fucking hilarious. Remember the days, man? You know what I mean?
I miss them days. Yeah. For multitude of reasons.
Life was simpler back then, man. It was simple. None of this fucking social media pressure. It was so simple.
And journalists would froth at the mouth if they had the opportunity to catch the government lying or catch a politician lying about something.
Governments were more journalists were more anti-establishment in them days. They wanted to cash them out.
Yeah.
Oh, this man.
The fame and fortune that they would get out of catching them in lies about this or about that.
At the time, there was like lots of politicians that were getting caught like with rent boys and doing drugs and fucking around with kids and shit, you know what I mean? Hence Jimmy Savile and all that bullshit came out, you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck was going on them days, you know what I mean?
Imagine how boring your job would be as a journalist nowadays when all you got to do is keep putting out there the corporate shill messaging. You're only allowed to cover stories about topics that benefit the corporations that are advertising on your news broadcast.
Exactly. Suitcases full of money, mate. All it is now. Plus, like you say, government censorship as well, you know what I mean? The government are kind of like dictating what they can and what they can't fucking report.
Freedom of the press and free speech is the foundations of any democracy. Yeah. Without it, it's no different than a dictatorship. If they can buffalo the population to believing a narrative, what makes them different than Putin?
This is the thing, you know, we had all this fucking phone hacking bullshit years ago, where the press were actually hacking people's phones and all this crap and all that. And I think it was that Piers Morgan was editor at the time of this paper, and he went, "I've no knowledge of phone hacking." Oh shit, mate! You're the editor of the paper. You fucking knew what was going on, but he's always denied to this day. Because if you're an editor of the paper and you don't know what your fucking reporters are doing, fuck off. Bullshit. Of course you knew. You knew.
Dusty's
exactly.
right. People in this country are so spoiled. And they have no clue how bad it can get when people are forced to feed and take care of their families. When the system melts down or erupts into a civil war, people will do whatever it takes for their family to stay healthy and happy and fed and clothed and sheltered.
Well, it's what basic instinct is, survival. We've got to survive. It's a basic instinct, not built into by any government or corporation or whatever. It's a natural thing that's built into you. It's just survival. You know what I mean? And you'll do whatever it takes to survive. Built into you, mate. You know what I mean? Fucking bullshit, man.
The crazy Karens will all be the first ones to go. Because they won't be able to get their, Starbucks $13 latte. wouldn't know how to plant a pepper to save their life.
No, I'm saying sometimes I have conversations with my kids like, how did you survive without fucking phones and social media? This is quite well, actually. This is what a fucking brilliant time. I mean, didn't need it.
I have to applaud my wife. She dumped Facebook altogether. Deleted it off of her phone, the whole 9 yards. She didn't like close her account or nothing, but she just said, not enough of this. It no longer serves my purpose. The whole purpose of it is so that you could interact with your friends and family. Now, 99% of your feed has nothing to do with your friends list. Even if all of them posted some major event in their life, you wouldn't know about it.
I ditched Facebook altogether. Personal, didn't heed, everything went about a year ago. And I don't miss it. Not in the iota. Reason just said, feeds you were getting, you're like, go fuck all, do what I'm interested in. They're pushing their agenda on you all the time, pushing their shit on you, their suggestions on you. I'm not interested.
Until you piss off the algorithm and then they show you all the things that you despise to get you off the platform.
And then it got to a point like, you like getting people wanting friend requests, but it had nothing to do with being your friend. They just wanted numbers. They just wanted followers. You just got sick of the fucker. And then when they post some comments, I'm going to have a cup of tea. I don't fucking care, mate. I don't want to fucking know if you're having a cup of tea or a fucking tug in the fucking bathroom, mate. Fuck off. I mean, I just got fed up with it.
Black Friday sales prove that people will kill each other to get a deal on a freaking TV. Imagine what happens when it's not just a TV, when it's your wallet and a can of peaches or peas to feed their family dinner that night. You don't think they're going to kill you for it? You're fools.
Riots. I mean, that Jonathan Pye seen like all these people using food banks. This is not the people who are just on welfare. This is people who are fucking working full-time jobs as well. These are people who have got full-time jobs who still cannot afford to pay bills after working 30, 40, 50-hour fucking weeks. And they're coming home.
Mate, I came across a study 2 or 3 years ago when I was working on my MBA and stuff. And you know what corporation has the highest number of people collecting food stamps and welfare benefits?
No idea.
Walmart.
Rude.
Full-time employees of Walmart making below poverty.
Yeah.
But the Walton family is literally milking millions of dollars a minute. And then you want to get upset because they put self-checkout registers in there to make even more money?
Well, Walmart used to own our brand of what we call Asda. They used to own Asda over here. But obviously now two guys have bought it all out now who own Asda, and I reckon they're just as fucking tight as what Walmart were. They're just not parting out, just making the money and not investing. I mean, my daughter works for them and she's fucking national minimum wage, man. Just. But the national minimum wage it's a grey area because like up here you might get a loaf of bread for £1.50, but down south that loaf of bread could cost £2.50 because there's just different costs of living depending where you live, as well as what you get for national minimum wage.
Mate, over here in the States, you know how they have healthcare in the UK is all, granted to you as every citizen to the country, right? Well, here in the States, they mandated that everybody get health insurance, right? And part of that mandate was that if you had a small business and you had more than a certain number of employees, I don't remember what it was, 25 or 50 or whatever, you had to provide health insurance for your employees. You know what they did here once that law got passed? My wife's worked for numerous hair salons over her career, right? Yeah. There's owners of hair salons that create multiple LLCs so they never exceed the requirement to provide health insurance to their employees.
Yeah, kind of like basically open more shops with a handful of employees so they don't have to fucking sort it out.
There's people that literally bought out regions and actually own, like, 3 states, the corners of all 3 states together.
Yeah.
But they have like 6 corporations that they are under, so no corporation ever has to pay health insurance to the employees. Not that they make enough that they could actually pay for, benefits. And now that, tips are taxed if that's not cash. Those are all taxed now.
Yeah,
you know better off than you if you were making minimum wage before.
That's so horseshit, that. The tip shouldn't be in.
And that's the other trick they use. You only get scheduled 38 hours a week, so you're not a full-time employee. Or they give you more than 40 hours a week, but they cut you off at 13 weeks.
Well, UK, where our working hours are the longest working hours in all of Europe. Nobody else in Europe works the hours we work. They've done a survey once. The average person in the UK works 50 to 60 hours a week to make a living, which is ridiculous.
What's funny around here is when they do those surveys yearly to see what the actual cost of living wage is in all the 50 states. Depending on where you live, it might cost more for housing and shelter and food and whatnot. Nowhere in this country can you live on minimum wage. Nowhere.
They got it here.
Not a single state can you afford to live off a minimum wage.
Just taking that Jonathan Pye video, if you can't live on 40 pence a day, you're doing something wrong. Fuck you know what I mean? 40 pence. That's how the thing, man. You
can't buy an apple for 40 pence. You're supposed to live on that?
Exactly. But it's honestly, politicians are too, politicians are too involved with businesses. They're out of touch with the people. They're making money. That's what it is. It's a business to them. They're there to make money. And yet they are supposed to be public servants. They are supposed to be nominated by the public to represent them in the Houses of Parliament, and they fucking don't. It's as simple as that. They look after themselves. It's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Well, Dusty Country Road, 60 to 75 hours a week, man. It's fucking crazy.
Years and years ago, working as a paramedic, I would put in 110 hours in 5 days because I only worked when I didn't have my kids. And I had my kids half time. So it was 5 on, 5 off, 2 on, 2 off, 5 on, 5 off. Just continue to repeat that cycle. Those 5-day cycles that I had no kids, I worked from sunup to sundown every freaking day. The only time off I had was the time it took to drive from one station to the next.
Working longer hours for less pay. That's the way it is now. It's ridiculous, man.
And the best part was I never exceeded $50,000 doing that.
I mean, I'm at Amazon now, and our basic day is 9.5 hours. That's our basic day. We've got to work 9.5 hours. Whatever happened to good old 8-hour day? Gone, man. Finished. Gone.
Literally worked at 4 different stations. The hospital was one full-time job, and then the other 3 were part-time. But that's what it took to put a roof over their head and pay the mortgage every month and put food on the table.
I have never had a job in the last 15 to 20 years where I worked a standard 38, 39 hour week. Never. My average has been 40 to 50 hours every week. That's 15 years. Where's the time? Where's your unwind time? Where's your family time? Where's your quality time? It's getting less and less, man. Less and less. And the time you do get up, you're too fucking tired to do fucking anything. You just want to fucking recuperate. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, man.
The point being is, how can they milk the system any more than they already have? How can they force the poverty any further than what they already did. The system's got to break at some point. The pressure's gotten to be so immense, it's got to break at some point.
Something's got to give because we're going backwards. We're going back to Victorian times, Dave, and we're going backwards. We're not going forwards. You know what I mean? Everybody thought, like, when COVID hit, you know, everybody can work from home, and they mean, oh, that'd be such a good thing to adapt when COVID's finished and all that crap and all that. Never happened. Never happened. Well, here's one way, right? Our local council, right? Gateshead Council, right? A nice big building in the middle of Gateshead, what called the Civic Centre, right? All the council services work from there, right? Gateshead Council are no longer in there. Gateshead Council being splattered here, splattered there, splattered there. The Civic Centre, they've actually rented out offices to businesses to pay for the building. What the fuck? That's a council, partly funded by the government.
The school districts here are doing the same fucking thing. They literally closed down the blue ribbon certified school that they built like 3 decades ago. Closed it down because the number of kids were shrinking in the area because people are moving out of the area because you can't live on minimum wage here, even though the housing prices have plummeted. You can't feed your family for what you can earn in income in this area. So the number of kids are dropping. They took the school, they tried to rent it out, nobody wanted to rent it out. They sold the school that they had to raise the taxes on 20 years ago to build the school. And the kids are going to the shittiest, oldest school that the school district still owns. Why?
It's like when that John Pye mentioned with the schools falling a bit because they used, when they built these schools in like 60s, 70s, they used the cheapest concrete that was going. It was called rack. And basically what's happening, after a certain while, that concrete just crumbles. It just literally falls the fucking apart. And now a lot of the schools and other buildings are built from that concrete that literally falling a fucking apart. And they're not doing anything to rectify anything. So basically some schools having to shut because the buildings are so dangerous that you can't have kids in them. There's a fucking, I mean, there's concrete, I mean, the rack concrete, this is concrete supports, concrete fucking lintels, concrete, this is stuff that's holding the fucking building up. That's literally fucking crumbling because it was cheap, chatty fucking concrete at the time. No girders, no steel work, and no reinforcement, it was just cheap shit, crap concrete. And now it's falling apart. And the thing is, they said when they build this concrete will only last X amount of years, and then you'll have to do something. Yeah, it'll be fine. Fine, no, all the fucking schools are falling to bits.
Yeah, because some other politician's gonna have to deal with it, not them.
Exactly.
Meanwhile, here the superintendent retired, so they had to hire a new superintendent, and they couldn't find one without giving him the $50,000 raise over what the last guy made.
Unbelievable. But you just feel like you're getting like shit on all the time. Like you said, British Gas from £72 million profit to £750 million profit. Fuck is that not taking the piss, man? How? People can't afford to put the heating on. They're sitting raking these profits in, and the government's just sitting there. Well, you know, it's profit, isn't it? We're happy. Come on.
Yeah.
Really?
When I bought this house, it cost $600 flat fee for the city to provide garbage and sewage, right? Not anymore. The bill right now is sitting between $300 and $350 every quarter for the same thing.
Horse shit, man. Bullshit. Cooking services are like I said, we've got honestly our services here are absolutely fucking zero. We've got fuck off. Literally fuck off. Health services ruined, very minimalistic. You can't even get an appointment to see your doctor now. You'd be lucky if you can see your fucking doctor. Really lucky.
And you would think that it would have gotten better because of telemedicine, especially after COVID. Everybody moved over to telemedicine, got acclimated to the idea of, seeing somebody over a video conversation like this, and still can't get an appointment.
What they're doing is they're passing more shit on to the pharmacists. You know where you can get your prescription and that? They're passing more shit on to them now. To do, pre-checks and shit like that before they send you to the doctor or whatever. You know what I mean? Fucking bullshit. I think doctors now, you ring the receptionist up, right? Honestly, there's no fucking horse shit. You ring up, we're gonna, when you do get through, on the rare occasion you get, like me, appointment with the doctor, what's the matter with you? Fuck, I'll do with you, and to see the doctor. No, we are now medically trained. We can decide how serious or how to prioritize your appointment. You're like, who the fuck are you? You used to fucking have telephone answer. They are now sitting literally making the decision whether you can see your fucking doctor. You're like, fuck off. You know what I mean? I've fucking swore the next time I go to the doctor I'm going to embarrass the fucking shit over. That's usually what smells like. I've got a big boil on the enemy bell end, pet. What do you want to get do about that? Honestly, I'm going to say something like that. But fucking hemorrhoids hanging down me the hemorrhoids are hanging down me fucking kneecaps. You know what I mean? I'm just going to say something like that. I remember the last time it was that actually fucking named the fucking.
They're going to tell you, mate. They're going to tell you to squat over the electric stove and let the heating elements of the electric stove cauterize your thing. You won't need to see anybody.
I said, I had a fucking infection, an ear infection, and it broke all my face, all my nerves on my face reacting. It's all come out. And I rang the doctor and I says, I've got a face like a baboon's arse. She went, we'll write that one down. I've heard that one.
See, there's the trick. You just have to give them something memorable.
Oh, that's what it is. My face is a bright red like a baboon's arse. I went, right, we'll write that one down.
Now, that one the doctor's got to see. Matter of fact, I want to see what you look like with the baboon's ass walking in here.
Oh, it was just curiosity, innit? You know what I mean?
Can you be here by 2 o'clock? When? Next week? No, today.
It's no good next week, mate. Be gone. Yeah, man. Doctors, man, you're lucky if you get an appointment now, honestly. Crazy. My chest is fucked, man. Absolutely fucked. But NHS now.
It's not like that in other parts of the world.
Man.
Southeast Asia has healthcare like you guys have, but you can walk into any doctor's appointment and see the doctor today.
Yeah. But they've got the fucking right idea how to do it. That's why I don't know how to do it.
It's a cultural difference. You go over to Asia and Japan and China, and there's a respect for the elderly, and your society is being judged by how you treat the elderly. That's completely absent in Europe and UK and here. It wasn't like that when my parents were growing up, but it certainly is now.
The Far East, there was a lot of respect. I remember seeing a documentary about, I think it was a Japanese school or Chinese school, where the kids are actually taught manners and respect when they're in kindergarten or what you call nursery. Not the bad way, they let them have the phone and all that. And honestly, they're brought up with such respect for their elders, respect for nature, respect for this, that. They're brought up that way, and politeness and manners, and the kids, they were so cute. They were just coming up and, hey, I like you. They were brilliant, gorgeous, and it was working. And then it showed them later in school. In some of the schools, their maths lessons, they're still using an abacus. I see them rattling around these fucking abacuses, and they're fucking geniuses. You know what I mean? You've got these big mathematic algorithms and all this shit, and they're going, done. And you're like,
yeah.
So good. So clever. No technology, even though we've got the technology there, but the basics is learn the fucking basic way.
Not here. Not anymore.
Yeah, if you took somebody who used abacuses, like, what the fuck was one of them?
You know what I mean?
I understand why they moved to Common Core, because that's the cheat tricks that, you know, the smart people always use to figure stuff out in their head. Beyond the simple stuff that you had to memorize to learn how to do 2 + 2 and, you know, times tables and all that other stuff. That's how you did that, was the next level. So I understand the whole idea behind Common Core math, but the problem is they wanted you to learn how to do Common Core math, but they let you use your calculator and your tablet and your phone and all this other stuff. So it's like nobody bothered to learn it because you just use Google to answer your question.
Like in engineering, you know, we had to learn trigonometry and all that shit, and now you don't need that because the machine does it for you now, apparently. So,
yep.
So what's the point? You know what I mean?
What's the point? The point is all these people are going to be dead lost when you just get one big massive solar flare and an EMP wipes out all technology in existence until they can build brand new ones. You watch society completely devolve when the reliance on technology is completely eliminated and you're back to not even having electricity.
All right. Basic fucking, like I say, basic knowledge of everyday common sense, etc. That's what you'd be relying on. Although technology is good, it also has massive faults as well. You know what I mean? It's big style. A lot of
it's a tool. Well. It's no different than having a hammer. Exactly. And just because you have a hammer doesn't mean that you have to smack everything because you think it looks like a nail.
Yeah.
You have to use it appropriately and use the right tool for the right job. But always knowing in the back of your mind how you can accomplish the task without using that tool.
Problem solving, isn't it? Put it down to problem solving.
Exactly.
Rely on technology too much to solve problems for us instead of using the old grey matter.
Yep.
That's the thing.
Well, sir, we're coming on the 5-hour mark. I think it's time for us to call it quits for today.
Fuck off. It's not 5 hours already. Get it shite.
Yes, it is.
No, really.
4 minutes to 10.
You fucking piss me, Alec. Fucking hell. Where's that gone?
Just like that.
Fuck. Jesus Christ, man. Holy moly, people. Doesn't time fly when you're having fun? That's one of the truest statements ever, isn't it?
And the wife will be happy. I drank 3 of the lattes today.
Oh, there you go. Let's just
bada bing, bada boom. And I'm truly loving this. This is going to be my banger.
Yeah, man, it looks good.
See how long this coil lasts.
Good little setups, mate. Honestly, they're a good little setup there, man. Everybody used to knock smoke, but you know, some of the stuff was all right.
As time went on, their stuff got really, really decent.
Exactly.
Some of their stuff was almost exceptional.
They fucking learned the lessons, man. They took feedback and they moved on, didn't they? So, you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, I haven't seen a new smoke product in this past year. Not one.
Nah, they've done no.
Like they disappeared. The FDA sent them a warning letter and they said, oh, okay, we'll listen to you.
I think there's a few people now that's not doing much new. So I think a lot of people are still sitting on the fence to see what actually does happen. You know, especially with all the current climate in the world where everybody's banning this and banning that. What do you do when you're a vape supplier? You think, well, what the fuck we're going to do? You know what I mean?
Buy a lot of 3D printers. DNA is going to be making a killing.
Yeah. 3D printing DNA chips. Where are it?
You want 50,000 DNA boards? Yeah. What are you using them for? Soldering irons.
You just don't know which way it's going to go, do you? You just don't know which way it's going to go. The way it's going now. I wonder if Bogan's
all right,
still
ladies and gentlemen. Peace, love, and a hunky vape is my wish to all of you. Have a great day, and we'll see you again next week. Same time, same place.
Again, always, boys and girls in chat, thank you for joining us. We love having your company.
Again, I did drop a link in chat before for UK viewers. Sorry, fucking hell, alcohol's kicking in. If you've got 5 minutes of time, please sign that petition, or do your bit. We don't know what's around the corner, so hopefully we don't end up like Australia. So please do your bit for that. Much appreciated. As always, thank you guys in chat. Thank you to Alex for, like we just said, putting up with each other for 2-3 years. We've been going now. Well, I feel old tonight. I feel fucking old tonight.
You're not old.
And as always, we will see you same time, same place next week. So be there or be square. Until then, you all take care. Stay safe. Vape safe. And we'll see you all very soon. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for listening. We'll be back next week again for a fresh round.